Move the camera though. Move the camera. This thing on camera. Start. Ah, God, my mic cable just grabbed. Test rig. All right, this on. Oop. That's ready to go. Let's get the arm ready. It's gonna go crazy. There it goes. Looks good. It's a little dark. It's like we're viewing it through sunglasses a little bit. But it's how it's always looked. So, okay, frame rate's good. Frame rate's good. Nah, I can't test BTS, but I'm sure the frame rate's good there too. Okay. All right, all right, all right. And finish up the thermal cam, kind of. There's still something amiss with the thermal cam, and the print that's going on right now is correcting it. But it's also purple instead of orange. I do like the color contrast, but you know, it doesn't quite work. You can tell between yesterday and today, nothing has moved. Nothing has moved. I took that picture earlier in the day, and my phone just refused to tweet it for some reason. Oh, I think we ran into copyright. Dun dun dun. Wait, that was a longer message. That had a little scroll down on it. Yeah, I like the look of the orange, but I think it's too bright for production. It's too noticeable and bright. I think purple and black is a good combo. But yeah, I kept the color scheme nice and tight. It's pretty nice. The only problem is, and the thing that I'm correcting is this. Boink, boink, boink. There's nothing behind the screen there. So I did another extrusion in order to stabilize that. Where is it? Wait a minute. There it is. But yeah, it doesn't happen on some of the panels. Like here, it's totally stable because it's mostly plastic behind it there. And then here, it does it a little bit. It does it there. It does it there. These are press fit in, so if I tried it on these, it could potentially pop them in. I didn't glue any of the screens on. I kind of want to avoid glue. The front ones might need to be glued, but if I can get this to print in purple, I'll have the little backing pieces behind, out of sight, but behind the screens. And so hopefully everything gets access to air. I gotta test it and see if it overheats. And then if it does, we'll have to add metal to the back. Anyway, what's going on, guys? How you been? How you been? How you been, dude? It's been a little while. It's been a little while since I streamed. Gotta get back into the game. The long pauses, I mean, they're partially necessary, right? I kind of need the long times between streams because of the nature of what I'm doing here. Okay, let's see. It helps me get my head together and get ahead of these projects. I've shown all of the iterations. I am now going to throw them out. These are all going in the, well, not this, not these. This is all going in the garbage, all this failure. Some of it wasn't failure. Some of it wasn't failure. Some of it is just I needed to print a couple of these things on the bed. Printing small parts is a completely different animal. You need to like plan for the layers to cool down and stuff. The original taper was too great for printing like this. So I had to lower that taper and they turned out infinitely better, but what's up, my Aegis? You're back? Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Anyway, this is all garbage. You guys saw it in the tweet. That's my documentation. Goodbye, goodbye. Part of that ended up in the garbage, not all of it. Gluing the screens, of course, was a bad idea. Looked good, but hay fever. Oh man, yeah. Yeah. I used to get terrible hay fever. I don't anymore. I moved to Virginia, and I think that like reset my allergies or my allergy response, and now I just get like kind of a cough. we're gonna attach this to the camera. We'll see if it overheats. And if it does, my only hope, aside from the fan that I did order, I think it's finally gonna ship, but I ordered those fans, the smallest fans you can get. I don't know about using them. I don't know about using them. Instead of that, I would rather put a piece of metal on the ST Micro. I think that would probably provide with a little bit of heat relief, and then we might not get, because the camera's visuals get kind of garbled. You start to see banding and just aberration. Like everything kind of becomes like a uniform heat because everything is overheating. And I don't want that. I don't want that in my camera. So yeah, let me get the piece of this. I'll just put a big chunk of it right there. Thud, thud, thud. Technically, this is doing a project, but it's, I don't know. Not against the rules that I have start soon and I'm doing stuff. Yeah, that's what the vibration from the fan affecting the image would be the absolute worst case scenario. I would not like that. Thud, 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 thud. Rabniff! Lurking while working, hell yeah. Oh, you have rain there? I work underwater. I work in the ocean. Oh yeah? Well, I'll tell you something. I work at the bottom of the ocean. How dare you mention water around me? Anyway. Oh, it's hot? I live on the sun. Yeah, we got kind of a gloomy, rainy day. It's not cold. It's not cold out. Gloomy, rainy day. I thought I'd include that in the title. All right. Putting Rabnip up on the board. Thank you so much for subbing. Let's get that in focus, though. Focus, focus. Rabnif, welcome, welcome. The battery shipped. Ah, sweet. Yes, good. We need to do the OctoJ tablet day. I also need, this week, I think, I need to do something with my gaming computer. I need to put, if not just staple extra fans onto the outside of the damn thing in order to keep the power supply from screaming. You know, we never kind of followed up on that heatsink project. I don't know if I want to try to, I think that's too much work because I've got a LAN party on Saturday. So absolutely this week I need to get a different fan setup on that computer to shut it up. So I think I have some fans that I can literally bolt to the outside of the computer box. What's up, Baloo? Forget if my name changed. You get a Tipex? No. No, it's we don't do the right to be forgotten. There are fanless PSUs now. Yeah, no, it's believe me, it's the power supply for my computer is a custom module-based design that uses what was that company again? Oh my god, I brain farted. Anyway, they're custom like aerospace military modules that are, it's like 11 inches by 2 inches by 1 inch is the total size of the power supply. It's got its own little fan on it, but I misvoltaged the fan. So the fan it's a 5-volt fan and it's getting 12. It doesn't like 12. It works with 12 volts, but it screams when the thing gets warm, like playing a game. So I need to put different fans on it. I don't even know if I'm cooling it or overcooling it or whatever, but in the past with other fan setups, it would get so hot that it was difficult to touch the outside of the computer, and I don't want that. I would rather have a lot of airflow. I've got some, I think 60 millimeter Noctuas that I can staple to the outside of the case and then run those into the fan controller, and maybe, just maybe, that'll provide it with enough CFM to give it a good cool. And if I do that, why don't I just replace the heatsink with the better heatsink that I have? Oh, that's so much surgery. That's so much surgery to do in 2 days. Not a bag of Milky Ways. Which, I mean, like, if you gotta mention that, like, I don't know. It kind of reads like you're a bag of Milky Ways, dude. I think that guy's a bag of Milky Ways. I don't trust it, guys. I think he's a bag of Milky Ways. No, let's not make it awkward. But it is kind of awkward, though. Because, I mean, like, he just went out of his way and he just, like, mentioned it to us. Like, hey, I'm not a bag of Milky Ways. We're like, okay. Weird. Radnif! No, wait, we already put Radnif up. Who's, somebody? Oh, Baloo! Baloo wow! Get the camera right. There you go. And a little bit tweaky of the focus. Oh, that was the desk cam. Oh, wait, that was in Rob's. No, it was Baloo AU. Okay, there we go. Animal Groin, 6 months. Animal Groin, thank you so much. Wayne Johnson gifted a sub to Obteen. Oh my God, so many subs, you guys. It's like we're homing before we go to the other Lone Star now. Thank you guys so much. This is a lot of activity. I got that hype train going. What are we at? Level 0.1? Level 2? That's not a real number. Huh. Going below Jay Willward. The other Lone Star. You guys should check out the other Lone Star streams every now and then. Oh my God, you're destroying my name here, Leet. Tipex is whiteout for Brits. They gotta call everything something weird. It's just a brand. It's a brand like whiteout's a brand. Adhesive medical strips. Animal groin. Oh, that G's going right into Method 10 madness. OctoJ gifted us. I was like, JaboodyShow. OctoJ gifted a sub to JaboodyShow. Those guys don't stream. Don't check out. Don't look at them. Don't think about them. Don't think it. Don't say it. JaboodyShow. They don't do anything on Twitch. They don't do anything at all. Don't even look. Don't even look. Thank you for the gift sub, OctoJ. I appreciate that. Oh. Art Splunge has a new friend. And it is the gift sub from Wayne Johnson to Obteen. Ah, and then the camera freaks out. OctoJ gifted a sub to Milton T. Pike. I was watching his VOD earlier today. I thought I saw a red border, but I'm not sure. I love Milton. He's It was funny that one time for the charity when we rated JaboodyShow, and people from my channel were like, I don't like the energy of this show. I'm like, what? I think I like shouty streamers a little too much. I was gonna park for a second. Oh, we've already overheated. That's how warm it is in here. It's warm and moist because it's raining. It is a proper rainy day out there. I'm gonna leave it out of focus. If you guys could hear, I can hear the shh of tires on the road, on wet road, and the dribbling of various garden furniture. I'll re-chat in just a sec. I got chores to do. I gotta keep the camera going for this. I gotta run back and forth. I wish I had small hands like Milton, and then I could work on small things better. JaboodyShow is, oh boy. JaboodyShow is going right below Michael Reeves' butthole. Well, it had to happen. It had to happen, but, you know, I'm just here to document it. Welcome to the board, thanks to OctoJ's generous gift sub. Kiki's the best. I would love to do some, oh wait, we're going right to Milty. I would love to do some GTA RP. I don't know how to even like start to break into that crowd. You know, I'd love to do D&D. I'd love to do RP. I don't know how to like get on people's radars at all. So whatever. Milton T-Pike 1. Send him the clip. Send him the clip of his name literally being burnt onto a piece of my wood in my shop. I'm a billionaire. I've got 4 planks of maple stuck to my wall. The errors that you see happening in the camera right now are because of all the extension cables that I used to put this on the wall. For those that don't know, this is my wall. This is an automated XY laser etching table. The table sits right there on my wall. It's enormous. Although everyone who's ever seen it in person goes, man, it's a lot smaller than I thought it was. I get that a lot. Yeah. Welcome to my shop. Do we see a window cat? No, not in the rain, and I think only on Saturday. I haven't seen window cat in a year. All right, so our music ran out, which is fine, I guess. And I think I'm gonna start the stream, which means I need to do this one, and then I'm ready to go. Yeah, too many copyrighted songs, unfortunately. I love Metronomic, man. All right, anyway. So what do I want to do today? Well, there's a couple things. I mean, I've got a bunch of little miscellaneous projects. We're reined in, so we have to stay indoors. Because obviously I go outside all the time, right? all my streams are from right here, but now I have an excuse to stay here. No, I got a couple things on the plate here. I want to get to a few things. I need like an emergency computer stream like session where we dust it out and I staple some fans to it and try to shut up the other fans. I don't know how we're gonna test that because I need to like bring it through like a heat cycle. A level 2 hype train. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate all the subs and the gift subs. The gift subs especially really cool. So I kind of need to do an emergency like work on my computer power supply stream. If I can get that new heatsink in there, it should be able to dissipate more heat. And I would love to, even if it's just like becomes a mutant computer at that point, staple a couple fans on the outside so it doesn't scream. I was playing Valheim, which doesn't have any graphics. It's a low poly thing. So like my computer was like yawning, my graphics card was yawning, the power supply was like, and it was about to explode. It wasn't. I mean, that's just how it does its thing. It really should be quiet and running at that speed, but it's loud and it runs at that speed. So I need to correct it, and I need to get enough air through the heat sink quietly, which Noctua and removing the grating panel should do. But it literally sounds like a vacuum cleaner when I'm gaming. I think you guys might have heard that when I did so long ago when I did the Gen 0 streaming, right? But what's on the plate today? Well, it's BTS 3, and then I also want to outfit the new thermal camera enclosure. I showed during the pre-stream, I had all the different iterations out on the desk. Those are now in the garbage can. This is the new hotness. There's still one improvement that I want to make, and it's literally printing right now. I loaded up the purple filament. The bed is not fresh. It's been printed on a couple times before, but I think it's once before. So there's glue down for extra grip, but it should print all right. And so when that finishes, I'm gonna have to dismantle this and put it all into the new case. But we could try this one first because the cooling is gonna be the same between the two. So let's plug this thing in and get it all outfitted. And then we're gonna work a little bit on BTS 3, the replacement for the board behind me. Everybody gets the dog emote but me. I don't get any of the cool, I didn't get the hooded cat emote or the dog emote. Usually a streamer gets a lot of those emotes. All right, but anyway, 3M Dual Lock. So what is this? Well, this is a Groupgets Thermal webcam PCB with a Lepton 3.5 thermal imaging core. It has USB 1 or 2, I forget, hookups on the front, and then I added a USB-C plug so that on the camera arm, for the camera that you guys are looking through, there are 2 USB-C cables that go through the entire arm, and they end up on the very end of the pylon, or whatever you want to call it, on the end of the camera arm. I have a little, and actually I saw this part on slow-mo, guys, believe it or not, on one of the latest. This is actually to hold up an LCD screen for when you're filming stuff. I use this as my final adjustment for the camera, just so that I can quickly move the camera around and you know, get an angle at what I'm filming. The rest of this is a blue microphone arm with modified springs so that it can hold up less weight without sending it suborbital like a catapult. So the 2 USB-Cs come out here, and in order for me to operate this camera without bumping into it and damaging the thermal core, I want this USB-C to sit up here like this. And so I've got a piece of dual lock on the camera that'll hold up the camera to the camera. And it'll co-witness, so we can see thermal imagery in real time with a good frame rate. The good frame rate part actually is interesting because you can't get high frame rate or any more than I think 30 or something FPS from a thermal imager. I think it's less than 30 because the US government doesn't want you to strap it to a missile. It's an ITAR restriction. So no, we're not going to be making missiles today. But anyway, that thermal imaging core I want up here. When I had it originally, I actually put a piece of dual lock directly on the back of the camera, which is great because this thing is like really tiny. But it's not great because when you bump into this thing, the thermal core will fall out. And OctoJ actually bought this thermal imaging core for me to use on stream so we could see the heat of soldering. It's been a like a huge asset to the stream. It's been a really cool thing. Everything on this board, by the way, is partially broken. There's a partially broken connector, and the thermal imaging core is partially broken because it's fallen out and it's fallen off of this camera stand many times. So my solution is to put it in a box. And so we did a little bit of iterative design. We discovered that if you put it in a box, you have to keep the front of the box from contacting the core so that it can operate its little calibration shutter. Otherwise, your thermal images go all crazy. So you have to keep it away from the front, but you also have to keep the front plugged into that ridiculous Molex connector that'll spit it out. In addition to that, I have to provide cooling. So I decided to make it look cool while also cooling it. I love doing this kind of stuff, you know? So what I did is design, basically, we found 3D models for the camera. I built one very simply for the USB. We put all that into Fusion, and then I drew a box around the middle of the lens. Everything else was chamfering and basically just doing, you know, whatever was like contact. What is it called? Whatever. Wherever things intersected. Oh, did I dad joke on it? I didn't. It didn't even register with me. If I did, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's get good focus going on there. Okay. So yeah, orange I did just because it looks cool. I like my orange filament. I think this looks really cool. It's going to be very bright on the end of the camera though. So I'm going to do it in purple. And the purple is going to feature a little tiny piece of plastic that sits behind this grating. You see how it can do that? I forgot to have something behind here and here and here on both sides. So this grating is literally just 120 millimeter fan grating that Leb told me to get, and it's actually pretty good for this project, because what I can do is score it once with the blade and then just bend it, and it'll shear because it's plastic. Yeah, it's true. When it falls off the camera, I'll be able to find it because it's orange. Well, it's going to be purple now. I'm literally right now printing it in purple. Literally, I am literally doing that. All right, so let's get this dual lock on here, and then I can attach it to the camera, and we can see over the course of the next hour or two if it overheats. And if it does, Leb doesn't even remember. You don't even remember. I'm not important enough. Leb doesn't remember anything about me. Yeah, no, you suggested it, and I've had it sitting in the bottom of the fan bin for ages. So, not my ages, just ages. So I'll do that, and then I'm going to cut the little corners off. Actually, I could do it like this. Flush cutters. So yeah, now that's ready to attach. Yeah, exactly. What? Who said my name? What? What is that? Fat what? I don't... What? You just like a record scratch. I don't know. That one just like... Huh? All right, USB 3, plug that in. If you guys could see, you'd see a little white LED flashing inside of this. And then plug this thing in. I had a decent weekend. Actually, I had a pretty good weekend, to be honest. All right, let's see. I don't want this to be crooked, but we saw the connector on this thing was crooked. All right, so thermals on the main camera. I do kind of like how visible that is, because it does show you where my camera is. The problem is, like, oh, that's crooked. That's crooked as shit. What did I do? Straighten it out. Here he is. I wanted to play Long Drive this weekend with you guys, but I didn't get around to it because it requires game streaming. It's still crooked. It's still crooked. I can't live like this. I can't live my life like this. It takes me a little bit of setup to get gaming done. Matches my shirt. I know. The shirt that I like. Don't notice I have kind of a theme. I mean, the wall hanging stuff is also orange. I need to reorganize the 3D printing area, by the way. Okay, so all things considered, if I go to properties and I deactivate the thermals and I activate them again, we should get a thermal image. right side up. The edges, okay, it's calibrating there. The edges don't have any weird aberrations on them. We can see heat all the way up to the edge, and it's not distorting it. That's all thanks to the 3D model for the image sensor. It calibrates itself a lot sometimes. I don't know why it does that. If the thermal image pauses, that's because it's calibrating itself. So now we just wait for the ST Micro chip to heat up the rest of this thing. It's doing video processing at video speeds. Look at how many times it has to calibrate. Jeez. It's doing video. Yeah, I know the Stream Deck is, well, it's an LCD screen, so it's got an illuminator in it. The thermal imager is doing, it's a businessman doing business things. No, it's a thermal imager processing video at video speed, so it takes a lot of effort for it to do things, and it gets very hot. Legit pog when I click and see her on. Oh, thanks. So, I appreciate that. Pog fish, in fact. So, all right. That's the thermal imager. We can't do anything with that for a little while now. That might become useful when I do the computer stuff, but let me put away all of the... Well, actually, I'm not going to put this very far away. Let me just put some of this stuff, like, in bins, because we're going to use... At least I'm going to use the male end of the USB in order to get the USB out of this current container and transfer it over to the purple one. I want the purple one just because it's going to have the little stops on the back of the grates so that they can't get crushed in. Because I feel like something's going to end up crushing them in. But all right, so that stuff goes to the side. I don't know what. This is just like random parts for when I was making PCBs. I'll just put all the random parts away. I want to work on burn the subs a little bit before I venture into nerfing my gaming computer. I don't want downtime on that computer, but I'm gonna have to because I need to do something about that fan. It's too loud and it's not functional at that loudness. But yeah, we got to work on burn the subs a little bit, and what that means is putting together the XY table. And then figuring out what part I need to design or create, whether or not it's going to be a plate or if it's going to be a 3D print. I would accept it as being a 3D print. I think that would be fine. But what I need to do is put together the things that are going to hold up the motors. The motors in this case are these hobby drone motors, these Turnigy 5055 sized motors. They're pretty good. Now that we've gotten them tuned correctly within the software, they're pretty good. The scheme that we're doing with these motors is going to be not a Core XY. What was it called again? I forget what this is called. Hopefully somebody in chat knows what this is called. I forget the name of it. An H-bot or something like that, because it's an H. I figured this is going to be the least invasive way to put this together, but we still have to put it to the test. I'm still very much willing to rule out this scheme, but this scheme is pretty simple. It's one belt, and then the motion of the two motors on the ends determines how far in X and Y it goes, and it does this in weird ways. If the motors move in one direction, opposing directions, it'll get closer and further, and if they move, I guess, simultaneously, it'll go in the X and the Y. Yeah, anyway, it breaks my brain, but if we can do this, then I don't need to have a shaft that goes up the side of the board in order to coordinate the X-axis, and then I don't need cables crossing over and stuff like that. It'll be simple enough that I can hopefully put it together cleanly. Unfortunately, this puts the belt... I was hoping the belt would sit flat so that the board would look good. This moves the belt sort of in parallel. It would have been cool, like, near the controller if I had these motors going and everything, but unfortunately, they've got to sit on the ends like that. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to try to put this together, though. So I need to start taking stuff apart and putting stuff together. Let's just get going with that. I could turn off the thermals and just let them cook for a while, or I could keep them on. I guess we need to keep them on. Any concern about calibrating that design? Seems like it would be sensitive to not only a single motor accuracy, but also synchronization between the two. Yeah, I mean, the stuff that we're using is so pro that I think it's going to stay coordinated. The motors are going to be controlled by a Granite Devices controller, which is like really, really pretty nice stuff. It's probably not the best. I don't really know. But then also we've got these, what is it? AT120, something or other. These digital encoders on the ends, which are nice and sensitive, and they turn these into servos instead of stepper motors. So the calibration will be a little different. Hopefully. I wonder how you initially calibrate that, though. I wonder how you do that. Because you need to move the motors. Well, the motors will know how much turning does what kind of work. That's supposedly what we're going to be able to do. That's going to be difficult. The software aspect of this project scares the shit out of me. I am afraid of the software side of this because we need to put equations. Yeah, okay, one motor moves it diagonally, yeah. But I mean, I'm talking about like getting to the home switches, what that's going to be like. Well, we'll figure it out as we go. That's the whole point of doing a physical test, is that the stuff that we don't think of, because we're too dumb, we will be able to run into during the test. It's okay to fail, you know? So I got to get this CUI incorporated AMT102V thing off of this. I probably should have bought the other, the more sensitive, smaller encoder, because that thing was really like a beast for the steering wheel project. These have enough resolution. I'm just wondering if they would be cleaner, because they, like, the other version of this has all the differential signals on it instead of just one end of the differential. And with those differentials, you can put it up to a cable that has a twisted pair. I have chat for the software help. I guess I do. I'm stuck with you guys. I'm trying to do this without breaking the plastic. I mean, it's not like I don't have extras, but I just don't want to break the plastic. I want to do this right. There we go. Careful now. Now we need to put a new shaft on this motor, so we're going to work on that first, and then we'll get these things into the bracket. See, this is the position sensor. These are nice position sensors. I don't know what else I'd use this in. Like if I bought the better ones, like what would I do with this, the leftover one? Come up with a project at some point. But yeah, AMT102V, it's a capacitive position sensor. So as this thing rotates, something or other is sensing the rotation. It probably has to do with these vias here that surround it, and then little holes in this thing. I don't exactly know what's going on here. It probably works a lot like a micrometer, though, because yeah, you can see there's a little mark right there. That might be a numbering, but yeah, I have a feeling there are a couple like plates that trigger a capacitive sensor for a they look evenly spaced, so maybe they are evenly spaced vias that surround it, and so possibly like a micrometer, different holes will line up as the different things sense. I don't know. I'm just guessing on that one, but I'm probably right. Good stuff. It's fun stuff. All right, Bob. So yeah, we got to put this thing in here, and I need this plastic in order to do it, and then we need to replace this shaft with a longer shaft. And that will just stick in the motor, by the way. The motor will just like kind of hold it. All right, so screwdriver now. Ugh, so many different fasteners on these things. Don't make a fascinating joke. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. I know I said the word fastener, and it sounds like fascinating, but don't make the joke, please. So there's the plastic outer thing. Ah! That'll hold that in place. They do provide you with a tool to actually position that, but we don't need that. We don't need that here. And then more Phillips head screws for the rest of this thing. Putting this motor back together, I gotta be careful not to pinch my friggin' finger again. I would like to collide, says Trade Splatter. Look, I don't make those decisions, Trade Splatter, but thank you for the 10 months. I really appreciate that. Let's put you up on the board, man. Whenever the Twitch API decides it wants to communicate with me. Hey, Twitch API, why don't you like do something? Huh? 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 Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, Streamlabs already caught it. It's no wonder that Streamlabs claims they take data from a bunch of different sources. Hey, there we go. Trade Splatter placed very quickly in comparison to some of the names earlier. Beep, beep, beep. Computer stuff. Let's go. I'm sweating today, man. It's like raining out, but it didn't get cold. It's one of those swampy rains. It's like Dewey style New Orleans rains, where it just makes it more humid. Oh, my microphone cable. Oh god, that was actually my insulin pump thing getting caught. Trade Splatter! Welcome to the board. You said, I'd like to collide, please, and I think the board heard you. I think the board heard you, and it put you out in a nice little open spot. Oh, by the way, the 3D printer is making jiggling noises. Some kind of a weirdo. Print, print, print. It's hard. I don't have light on this, but yeah, right now, purple be printing for the new enclosure. Ah, it's shaking weird. Anyway. Hup. All right. H style something. Let's work on that. So yeah, I gotta piece this thing together. Hey, you can try it. It'll work for you. God, that's making some awful noises over there. I think the filament. Oh, let me make sure the filament's clear. It doesn't appear to be stuck on anything. I think it's in a position where it's like about to roll over. Let me just check on the filament real quick. Just in case something got a little too tight. Because it does look like it's getting kind of tight. No, it's fine. That's doing just fine. Just making... Oh, Jesus Christ. Never mind. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christo. Look at my beautiful 3D print. It's gorgeous. Look at it. Look at this. Oh, yeah. That looks just like the webcam housing, doesn't it? All right, hold on. I'm going to cancel the print. I guess I need to redo the glue on the bottom, which means I need to wash it off. I mean, I guess I could wipe it with a paper towel. It means I'm off camera for a minute. Cancel. Yes, I want to cancel the print. So what happens is I do metal. Sometimes you can print directly to the metal if you're feeling brave. But in my case, I'm printing to... here, let me go to the face cam because then you'll be able to see where I am. I'm printing to the metal bed, but then I put Elmer's glue on top of it, which washes off. But it also expires after a little while, so, and then no longer prints correctly. There's a big blob around the nozzle that I gotta pick off with tweezers. Ooh, that's a big blob. Look at you. Big blobby blob. Blabbity blab. Get off of there. Come on, come with me. Nope, it's still... this hot end is not supposed to be sticky to PETG, but PETG will stick to fucking literally anything. It's insane stuff. So now I gotta pick it off with tweezers. Yeah, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. I'm gonna pick it all off. I guess I could use a brush, copper brush to kind of work it off there. I hate to do this off camera, but I'm trying to get this thing printed, you know? Oh, it's not going well. All right, so I'm gonna take the metal plate. I'll show you guys the metal plate. I'll take the metal plate and I'll wash it. But it's literally, I literally just run it under the sink. Owie, owie, owie. It's warm. So what my print bed is a Creality CR10S, and I've replaced almost all the parts on it. And then I've got a magnetic, like a magnetic plastic sheet on the printer, but that's not tall enough. So instead of, in order to get the rest of that height, and because PETG will bond with that plastic material, if I print what is it? Not ABS. If I print whatever the normal plastic material is on the printer, I can take this off and print it directly onto the whatever you call it, directly onto that plastic magnetized, yeah, PLA. Sorry, I was like, I know it comes with a, I know the letter's the same, but yeah, if I print PLA, I can print it directly to that flexible plastic sheet, which is great. You know, I don't have to use glue or anything like that on the plastic sheet. But if I print PETG directly to that plastic sheet, it bonds with it and it never comes apart. Like I've ruined one by trying to peel them apart. So in order to print PETG, I got one of these metal stainless steel Flexamajigs, and it sometimes you can print directly to it, but just to assure myself, I put the glue down, which gives it a textured surface that it can print to. So I need to wash this glue off. Wiping it with IPA. I just wash it under the sink. Use a paper towel to clean it off. Wipe it with a damp rage to refresh the glue 1 or 2 times. I don't like refreshing the glue. I actually like not using the glue at all. But for this print, since it's small parts, I need to give it every advantage. So I got to disconnect my mic. I'll BRB. It's only going to take me a second. I literally just need to put it under the sink and wipe it a couple times. So let me just put this up, and I'll be right back. I'll here give you guys some light entertainment. Music. Turn off the BRB. Hey, yeah, this is just, it's literally just paper towel and tap water. That's gonna clean this sumbitch off, and then I'll put another layer of Elmer's on it, and then it'll be ready to go. RTG. Dry off a little bit for me, bud. Just wiping it is enough to thin it out. You can see areas where whatever coating was on this thing has gone away just because of repeated printing. Bobbin! Sub to the Prime, 11 months, 4-month streak. Dude, Balbin, thank you. Radio isotope thermoelectric generator. RITEG. Boop. I know. I'm adding in the words, filler words. All right. So while that goes, get my trusty glue stick, which, by the way, I found a print for a pegboard glue holder, but it was the wrong glue stick. This is like a larger version of the glue stick. So I had to scale up the whole thing. I still have yet to attach it to the board panels over there. Hup, hup, hup. Oh, there we go. Right by Black Belt Saru. Welcome to the board, Balbin. Oh, that's like the thing that they use on the rover, whichever one it is. Those are those things with the fins on them. Great for Kerbal. You can just cover your spacecraft in them. All right, so all I need to do is just trace some glue onto the side of this thing. The side where I typically print, because for some reason I can't, the bed leveling doesn't stick. Or something, I don't know what it is. I probably need the more localized bed leveling, where it just does a cluster around where you print. But I'm not looking to solve that problem right now. Right now I'm just looking to get this thing printed. So now that I've coated the side of the thing, just this area, this half, with the glue, I can just pop this sucker back on top of the magnetic bed, on top of the plastic sheet, by the way. The plastic sheet comes off because it's a big flat magnet, and there's a big flat magnet that is stickered to the bed. But then I just throw this thing on top of the magnet, and that's enough to hold it in place. So it's a 3-layer magnetic bed, with the top layer being cheap stainless steel that is ferrous enough. Curiosity to use it. Okay, yeah. It's a thing with all them fins on it. All right, now I'm just gonna hit print on Octoprint, and that thing will start up again. All right, back to this. Back to what I was doing. I was so rudely interrupted by my completely failing print. It's when you can hear the printer that things are wrong. Like if I start hearing the extruder make funny noises, I start to get a little cautious. Yeah, we made this essentially was the wonderful results of my printing. Ugh. I need a better way to clean off the nozzle too. I guess the brush does it. It's just work. I like eliminating work. How are we doing thermally on this thing? There's defo heat in there, but it is definitely leaking out, which is good. Voyagers and Pioneers also use them. Yeah, pretty crazy. How long do they last? Could I get one and just use it here for the shop? I'm sure it would be cheap. I mean, fissible materials are very cheap, right? Well, hopefully that holds up. I'm starting to see some banding, some vertical bands on the thermal image that I don't like. No, what happens with the thermal imager is it's all relative, right? Each pixel is relative to what it was before. And so they can tend to drift. And so that's when you get a pause in the video, and the lens, there's a little plastic lens that closes over top of the camera lens, and then it calibrates itself based on the thermal profile of that lens closing over it's like a shutter that closes over the actual germanium lens of the camera. And so once it figures it out, you know, it figures out what a flat profile of heat is, and then it goes off from there. So if the lens fails, you can get a burn-in of like the image of my hand, and it'll look just like this, except when I move my hand, everything goes haywire. Mahalo! Muhalo! Mahalo! Thank you for subbing for 22 months, dude. Saying burn me. You got it. Something like, yeah, it's something like white balancing, I guess. Let's put Mahalo up on the board. It's I guess the month rolled over, and so I can't sit down. I was sitting for like a minute, and I was about to get back into doing what I was gonna do. This is, again, the motivation behind Burn the Subs 3 is, you know, I built Burn the Subs because it would be a needling annoyance to have people subbing and then having my entire stream interrupted by it. I love it. It's an embarrassment of riches, you know? Anytime I complain about it, I really am just doing a bit. But I can't get shit done. I can't get shit done around here. So Burn the Subs 3 is going to automate the camera work for us, and that means that you're all on a level playing field. So if I screw up and the camera isn't quite right, then, you know, because like there's so much randomness to Burn the Subs. It's like, where will my name be? Will Bother even get the camera right? Will he be able to walk across the room and then focus it properly? All of these things are kind of up in the air. Mahalo, you're by 23, Hag Bard 23. I don't know what that's all about. And some kind of hideous transporter accident of names right next to Choke Me Daddy. Ugh, it's horrible. All right. Yeah, this kind of says to me that it's kind of overheating. We're gonna let it go for a little while today, and then I'll see if I can figure out like a heat sink for it. Hopefully that print comes out the first time. I think it will. There's a term for it. I recall a photographer friend talking about it. This is calibrating. That's all that is. It's called calibrating. It's the reason that we don't need TECs and other, like, we don't need a thermoelectric cooler, or we don't need refrigerant in order to run the thermal imager. That's part of the update in technology. I want to learn more about it. I need to find an article about it. There's yeah, if you can find that special name for it, I would be interested to know, because I want to read up about how these things work, but I think they're a little little cagey about that information. This is a FLIR Lepton 3.5. FLIR, I mean, you should, if you're an expert in thermal cameras, you should know that this color palette is Lepton. This is a Lepton color palette. I think they've copyrighted it. They can come after me. I'll fight them. I'll literally fist fight a global defense company. All right, so we got a slip ring, or a snap ring. It's not an E-clip. Mini fan, oscillating, heat pipe, water-cooled, Peltier, incoming. No, ban incoming. We did buy a miniature fan, but I think just a piece of metal is going to be enough. The fan, the fan, I think, for the memes. Fan for the memes. So yeah, this is what's holding the shaft on. I don't know if I can show holding shafts on Twitch, but we'll do it. I'll fight Twitch. I'll fist fight them. I got to get this thing off of here, and the tried and true method is just to go after this thing with a freaking pair of pliers and have it explode into the great beyond, never to be seen again, right? You can't lick your microphone anymore. That reminds me of like high school flirting on the phone. Yeah, that was yeah, fans are the bane of audio engineers everywhere. The backup power supply that I have in the tower, we replaced the fan with a Noctua. It has yet to overheat, but then my file server also Noctuas. I need to dust all that stuff. It's getting kind of gross. Like that server rack is going to be pretty much all Noctuas. Actually, I should probably get the larger version of that rack because I need more storage for stuff. Maybe I don't. I need to finish the rack stuff that we've been working on, but I'm going to water cool the PC for the memes. But that'll also have thin Noctuas on the side for the radiator. So yeah, it's basically like I have a microphone on, and so I try to eliminate all audio everywhere. But this shop is like a freaking Dagobah most of the days. So I have a floor fan on me right now. And I had a Dyson fan, because you could turn those down, and they're a different frequency. It's easier to kind of like filter them out. The floor fan I have is a Air King. The reason I got Air King, made in the USA, and it uses skateboard bearings. So skateboard bearings are fairly common, double Z or whatever, so that you have the plate on both sides, and then you squish some lubricant in there. If you have a bearing puller and your fan seizes up, it's literally one moving part. And the moving part is the rotor, which is like it's like an induction motor, so it's a solid rotor. It's a solid piece of like plates of metal put together that basically transmit magnetic energy around, and they're in plates so that they're not one big piece of metal, and they can transmit that and for heat. So if that, aren't those just normal industrial bearings like they use in modern bike hubs? I think so. Yeah, it's just such a common size that you can just find them no matter what. And you can find high quality ones if you want too, because people in any sort of hobby seem to want premium stuff. So they try to manufacture it. Anyway, so if that fan seizes up, which is typically my experience with floor fans, they seize up after a little while, then I can replace both of the bearings in it. Now that I've bought a bearing puller, because I tried to separate them before, they wouldn't separate. All those mechanical parts, the one moving part in the fan, which is the rotor and the fan blade, wouldn't come apart, and so I couldn't get the bearings off of my old one. Now I can do that. Yeah, fidget spinners use them too, because they're so common. You see that? I didn't even look at you guys. I looked over here because I was looking at what kind of image I was bringing to you. I should be more careful about that. What was I getting? I forgot everything. Oh yeah, you guys got me a snap ring tool. I've got one here. I don't know what happened to the other one. I think is in a big tool bin that you guys have almost never seen. There's a big wooden tool bin that sits behind my my monitors here, and they kind of block it. This is why I need more space, but I don't know if I'm ever going to get more space. You know, I'm living that millennial dream. A lot of people have to die before I have any money, which, you know, I don't want. But yeah, somewhere back here in this mess of bullshit that I am too lazy or depressed to clean up, there is a bearing plier that I want to get. Let's see if I can grab that. I can put away some of these. Why is there a throwing knife over here? Jesus Christ. What kind of fucking psycho lives here? All right, move the Game Boy games over. Should have played more Game Boy games. What are these? Oh, threaded rod. Where am I putting that? Here, you guys go there. This is like a random bag of holding kind of deal. Plan to make myself a workbench at some point. Wood prices suck right now. I know a lot of people like their metal workbenches, people who weld a lot. But I'm not somebody who welds a lot, so I made a conscious decision to get wood because the audio properties are so much better with a wooden desk. And Butcher Block, at the time, was cheap. There were a bunch of sales, believe it or not, for Butcher Block, believe it or not. So I was able to get very large Butcher Blocks for my new computer desk. These, however, I actually splurged and spent about $2,000 on these desks. Worth it to get a high quality desk, but these are from Global Industrial. I should have stained the tops before I did anything else with them. I should have put stain on them. But they're also workbenches, so they get destroyed. But Butcher Block is so thick that I could sand it down if I really want to. Yeah, that's what I'm doing with the computer desk, is building the base. Oh, that caught me off guard. Prescription View, brought to you by a burger patty that I wiped over it. God, it really looks greasy from this. Anyway, yeah, if you don't stain them, they're gonna get stains anyway. This is true because of all of the finger oils that have gotten into them in this corner. I sanded these once to get the finish back, but oh boy, I hate sanding wood in the shop because, man, that stuff gets everywhere. So this is the suggestion that I get. Was it Flatulent Gonad that suggested these? These are kind of not, well, they're kind of universal because I can take this bit out and I can reverse it so that it goes the other way. I don't remember who suggested it. It might have been Gonad, I'm not sure. Did I run out of booze? That seems like a personal question. Oh, what happened to the finish to make them leave? I get it. I get it. I get fin jokes. All right. Nostril wideners. Yes, sir. You can get up to all kinds of mischief with a tool like this. You could also, these are known as the E-clip launchers. Whatever these things are called. Circlip. Of course they don't fit. Let me find one of the different attachments. Is a very effective tool at launching circlips into near Earth orbit. They don't get any narrower, Lear. Fantastic. It's always a special tool that you have to buy, right? But the thing is, like, I already had a set. And the set I already had was just about the same size. I should have looked at the listing longer before I ordered these things. They're not expensive, but, you know. Enhanced interrogation. Yeah, well, the number of times that I've been burnt not having a tool like this, I don't know. I guess it helps to actually buy the tool. I don't know, I file one down. Oh, you mean so these little pawls get closer to one another if I, like, file the inside? I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I can just kind of, like, make them work. Or not. Oh, man, this is going to get ugly. Yeah, this is going to get ugly. Can I, like, sneak it in? No. We might have to just use the pliers, the tried and true. By the way, when they send you the shaft kit, the shaft for the larger version of this motor, they actually send you multiple of these because they know that multiple are going to be pretty much just distributed throughout your workspace in a fit of rage or a fit of surprise or surprise rage. Sometimes that happens too. So let me try to find a pair of pliers that are going to work. I mean, if I bend the tip of this, it's not going to grip the ring. 30% of space junk is circlips. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. They were sent there by the hobbyists. Every now and then on a clear night, you can see a circlip re-entering the atmosphere. Yeah, I think these are probably hardened, so they might not take to bending very well. They're meant to be very strong, so they might have been heat treated. Got an extra pair of calipers you're not fond of. Okay. Chat. Chat, let's not get crazy. Let's not get crazy. All I need is a good pair of pliers and a devil-may-care attitude. And I think I'll be able to do this. Or not. The last time I did this, there were so many suggestions about how to do it that they all got lost in the fray. But I'll figure this out. I mean, we'll take it like it's the first time I've ever done this again. It's always a little bit of a challenge, huh? Can I do this with just like a flathead? Yeah, I remember the flathead kind of like fits in here. But it doesn't really help me. Ooh, I don't want to like damage the bearing underneath it either. We need that bearing. Who's that bearing? Make Make sure I'm not damaging it. Scratched it a little bit. That should be okay. Well, 2 flatheads, but I don't have 3 hands. So I'm just trying to get a feel for how I can do this one. This one seems to kind of spin freely on the shaft. Like I'm holding the shaft, see that? It spins freely on the shaft. If it locked up at all, then I would be able to jump it off, but that was just the violence method. Because I actually don't have, did I cut myself? No, I didn't. I don't have this clip on the other motor. This clip is there just to make sure that you can't pull the motor apart. The motor holds itself together. It holds itself against the bearings using the magnets. So I can run this without that clip. I don't really much want to, but I can. So I just need to get a grip on one or both of these somehow. But yeah, chat can make suggestions, but I'm not necessarily gonna listen to them. I don't want to hit the don't want to hit the plate that's protecting the bearing. I like this bearing. There we go. We'll just do the caveman method of doing this. No, I don't own a single pair. I don't have any snap ring pliers at all. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I know this is painful for you guys to watch, but they're not small enough. That's true. The tool might actually work now. Or it might undo what I just did. I actually have a kit of these things too. A kit of these snap rings. I think the kit doesn't go small enough though. All right, let's see if I can get a grip on this. It's hard showing you guys this because like the microscope is kind of forcing me to be in a certain position. Oh God. All right, I'm gonna close my eyes. Ugh. Okay, we made it. We made it. This thing didn't, but we made it. Now, without pinching myself on these huge fuck off magnets. God damn it! Fuck. Holy shit. Holy shit in the handbasket. These things have a little bit of magnetic energy on them. I don't think I have any doubts anymore that this thing will be able to power the burn the subs from here on out. Whew. Man, hey, what's up, Groovy something? Groovy sent in some RC car. I mean, the package could have anything in it. It could be literally just be crab dip, and I haven't opened it up yet, which would be quite a surprise. But he sent me some stuff, and I do want to take a look at it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it this week, but we will do that in the future. We've got some old RC car controlling stuff that I really want to take a look at because it's totally possible for me to reverse engineer. It's going to be good stuff. All right, so anyway, motor is apart, right? That's half of the battle. Now I need to get the replacement shaft. How's our thermals looking? Look okay. They look okay, but there is that vertical banding. You can see those vertical bands. I don't know. Oh, I need to check on the 3D print too. Let me go check on the 3D print. It's been quiet, which is like, it's like a quiet toddler. It's like a reverse quiet toddler. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? What's going on here? Hold on, wait. I'll show you guys what's happening. I think maybe there was an error in the file or something. Look at this. It's hard for you guys to see because I don't have a lot of light in this area, but there's like it's like striping, but completely missing. It might be that Z shift, but that's so weird. All right. Well, looks like I'm starting that one over. I'm gonna redo the files too and send them over. Isn't that weird? It's like an offset or something. Maybe the motors are a little janky. Hold on. Cancel that. Cancel the print. I wonder if the drivers are overheating. It could be any of a number of things. So I'm gonna redo the files in case it's a file issue. Whenever you're ready to do the cancel sequence, come on. There it goes. I have it lift and then push the bed out when I cancel a print so that I can prepare it for a new print. So I'm just going to use a flat scraper because I don't want to touch this with my hands because it's hot. And then that gets rid of all of the old stuff. Glue's probably still good for a print or two. I just scratch it. Weird. And then go back over to Prusa. Prusa's on a different computer. That's why I'm kind of like running around like this. Export and print. See the I haven't really been fixing this problem. I've just been kind of ignoring it and it's been going away. Everything seems to be in order. All right, well, let's see if it happens again. It might be overheating drivers. Yeah, it was a pretty poopy print. Okay, I need a longer shaft, and I think I have the kits. Yep, here they are. Nope, those are bolts. Here are the shafts, so we need to put one of these in here. Ah, yes, how I handle all of my problems, too. Yeah. Let's try it again. Oh, it worked? Let's never talk about this. Problem solved. That was such a weird error. Okay, so the shaft of these things, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. It's literally just held on with a couple like grub screws in the back here. It's going to be difficult for me to separate this because it is press fit. So I think I'm going to have to do a little bit of hammering to get the new one on. But yeah, this and this, they're the same motor design, but the 60 something or other has a longer spindle and a longer rotor, I guess I should call it. The rotor, of course, has the fixed magnets in it and it's surrounding the spindle. All coils and stuff, there's no need for brushes. So that's one major wear and tear thing that they've kind of moved to a different location. Never follow a motor to a second location. But yeah, so they moved it out to a different location. These get a little bit of cooling too. It's hard to cool the spindle on these. So my thought, if we get there, my thought on cooling this is to have a metal plate that mounts it that'll have a hole in it. It'll have a hole drilled in the side, and hopefully the holes can make a little loop of water that I can pump water through. Really weird, but it would be a way to cool it, potentially. But we need to evaluate whether or not this needs cooling at all, which is why we're putting together the XY board. So I can put that through a stress test, and then we can see where the heat is, whether or not we need to, you know, I'll probably need to put a fan on the Granite Devices controller, because that does a lot of switching, but... Okay, so I've got 2 grub screws here. Get those out of here. Get them out of here. Go. I'll back that almost fully out, just so I know. This is basically what I did with the other motor, too, so... I just need to be careful because there's a lot of magnetic energy in this thing. These will grab, like, anything and hurt you. And I actually pinched my finger really, really badly I got a blood blister for, like, 3 weeks because this thing pinched the shit out of my finger. Actually, kind of literally did that, yeah. All right, so I need a tippy-tappy hammer for just some little gentle tippy-taps on this. Because I don't want to mar the metal at all, I guess I'll use a brass hammer. I bought these because these were all the rage back in the day when I was learning machining. The brass hammers that aren't supposed to damage your metal or create sparks. They also just look cool. There used to be a nylon piece on the end here. I should probably find one, because the nylon would probably be a good material to tap this with. Did I miss a grub screw? 1, 2. No, I didn't. No, it's just literally pressed in. So I could use, I mean, I could use a vise too to press it out, but I think tippy taps will do the job. Although this could damage the metal, which would damage the bearing on the way out. Oh, and this is also not magnetic in any way, that's helpful. I could put a piece of something soft on the end. Do I have any nylon? I'm just thinking. I don't think so. Okay, all right. Anyway, tap until the sound changes. I hope that's not too harsh on you guys. Spray duster. Why would it what? To do what? Oh, to freeze the shaft? Yeah, that might help. Also, shock is really bad for magnets, by the way. I think my holding it like this is giving it a little bit too much flexure. Brace it against the side of the table, but I don't want that to touch the table in any way. Or I could do, if I have like a bearing or something that's large enough to just be on the metal. What do I have in that department? I don't think that'll work. It's just barely not large enough. That would have been nice. Let's see, what else do I got? I mean, I could open up the vise just enough. Yeah. Gotta reach over for this thing. Yeah, maybe I could just brace it a little bit on the back of this thing. If I brace this plate, all the force will still go into this. This should be strong enough to not deflect, hopefully. Oh yeah, 1/2-inch socket would be good too. No, the hole the shaft was going through. See, it's got like a cap head. See that? It's got like a shoulder. So firm but not aggressive. Yes, yes, yes. Bigger hammer. This is for tippy taps. This is for like pins. I need a bit more hammer in my life. Let's see here. What hammers do you got? Oh, I got a hammer for you. This thing's seen a little bit of use. Shake hands with danger. I don't think that garners. No, we don't need the American screwdriver, the thumb finder. What? Oh yeah, it's working. I don't want to flatten the... No, that's hardened. That's pretty good, actually. Why is this not backing out anymore? I completely removed that grub. This grub I could completely remove. But it refuses to, capitulate. Please remove yourself from the motor. Probably hit a little, what is it called again? Put some penetrating lubricant in there. Now this should start to, you know, see the light. Yeah, we don't have a project command. I don't know how many other people do a project command. There it goes. Jeez. That thing was adamant. Why were you like that? There's a couple little scratches that I put in it. It should be okay. It was like a $50 motor. Okay, so shaft 1 meets shaft 2. Put this cage of magnetic pain to the side. We used to have one, but I got tired of editing it. It's totally fine. That's totally the way it is. New shaft, who-dish. So really, I would like to line up this flat section with one of these holes. Oh, that's a smooth fit. Up until right there. God damn it. More bashing. The problem is, if I bash it like this, I could run into some trouble. Do I have long sockets? They're going to be an absolute nightmare to put into this magnetic hell. A piece of pipe with some tape over the end. Because if I bash it directly into this, I feel like there's a potential for there to be harm. And on the other motor, I tried to press it into place with the vise, and I think it tweaked it a little bit. It actually, what it did is it tweaked the friction fit between the top and the magnet. You know, I actually do have some ABS pipe, but I think it's too big. Uduver, thank you for following. Did I miss another follow? Did I get Coyote, maybe? I don't know. I have this tube that I used for the spool holder. So I guess I could try this. Coyote says coyote. Why would you just say that? I don't understand. I don't understand. All right, so let's try this. Bop, 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 bop. Hey, that's pretty good actually. Should have used that on the other end. So presumably, hammer this thing into submission. That's not very kind. Yeah, the flat part is lined up directly ahead as much as I can get it. I feel like this should be pressed, not depressed. But if I press it with this, it's kind of on the outer edge. Need like an electric hammer on this. This is where you guys get to see me completely fucking flatten one of my fingers. By the way, the strikes, are they loud? Are you guys okay with the sound? Because I can like mute myself and do this. Sounds good? Okay. Because it's like a very quick noise, and I don't know if the audio setup is geared to filter it. God, I get like a micrometer every fucking hammer hit. It's going in, it's just so slow. I don't want to get heat around this. I don't want to get heat around this because if heat bad for magnet. Heat very bad for magnet. If I froze this, that might help. It's well balanced. I guess so, yeah. You're never late. It's always hammer time. I probably need a larger hammer for this, but the other hammer is magnetic, and it's a lot more harsh on metals. If I had like a press block that I could put on top of this as well, make a big hammer sandwich out of the whole thing, and then just beat the ever-loving crap out of it. This is so loud. I wish it was not this loud. This is a lot more percussive than I would have liked it to be. Oh my God. All right, almost there. We need to come up with a better method for this for the next one. I wonder if maybe I need to actually like freeze the shaft for the next one, but you really need to like cryo freeze it, right? I don't think you can just put it in the refrigerator for a little while. God damn it. All right. If I cut a smaller piece of plastic, I wonder if I could put this in the vise and use that instead. just to do constant force instead of bashing it with a hammer. Now the vise doesn't open enough for me to do that. Actually, it might. It wouldn't let me do it initially, but if I cut that here, I'm gonna get a hacksaw and just cut this pipe and see if I can do that. Yeah, the big vise would probably help, but let's just try it because I don't want to make this much noise. It's too much noise. Either the hacksaw or the bandsaw's a lot to get out. This stuff cuts so easily. I'll just get the hacksaw, which is not there. Where'd the hacksaw go? Uh-oh. I did something with it, and then I lost it. All right, hacksaw. You may win this round. Okay, now I'm getting caught on cables. My mic cable, there we go. Got under the fan cable. So, if I were me, and I'm pretty sure I am, pretty sure I'm me, where would I put a hacksaw? Where would I put a hacksaw? I mean, I could just get the blade and do that, but that's kind of silly. I cut this with a hacksaw when I was working on the walls, so on the plates that go on the walls, and I did something with it, and I thought I put it back on the shelf. If it fell off of the shelf, then it would be, it would be right there. So it definitely moved. Don't know where to. What did I do with it? What do I did with it? Where could it have gone? I actually have no idea. I do not know. There's a hacksaw blade, but that's not going to do it. I was cutting over here. So all things considered, it should be local to that area, I guess. Considering if I were lazy and I didn't put it away properly, then it should be around here. But I don't see it. I don't see it. Up there, over there, around the mill. Hey, why has it got to be like this with tools around here? I thought I put it away properly. Oh, there it is. It's sitting in the bin of drill bits. Of course it is. Where else would it be? All right, so I'm going to cut. Can I get this on camera? I don't think I can. I'm just going to cut a little length of this. Oh, wait a minute. That's not... Hold on. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. It needs to be longer than the shaft that I'm putting onto it. I guess I can use that vise, but that vise has wooden things on it, so that won't really press this thing all the way in. I could drop the aluminum plate on one side, and I guess that would do it. Yeah, that's how I'm going to have to do it. God, it's going to be a vise sandwich. All right, so I need to make this tube longer than that by just a little bit. That's like here. And then I'm just going to cut it up against the stool because this stuff is very weak plastic. So I don't know what you guys will think is going on here, but I don't have to explain myself to you. Sometimes it just feels good to hacksaw something or someone. It's like a rite of passage, right? All right, so that's not the most even hacksaw job. It's close. It's close enough that hopefully we can get some press force. The only thing I could do to even this out is like set up something in the milling machine, but bring you guys over here with me. Might be a little bit dark. And then I need just like a, well, this isn't going to be strong enough. Actually might be strong enough. Well, now let's get a larger sheet. That's aluminum. I might bend this, and I don't want to bend this. Let me find a scrap piece. Something that's been kind of like rejected. Yeah, that'll be good. So, piece of metal, plastic tube, because it's just what I have. Spindle. So I'm going to do tube, which is much longer than the shaft, piece of metal, and then press the whole thing together. Yeah, ADHD did the coasters that I still need to find a place for them, and I will, because those things are great. They're not merch. They're ADHD degenerate going out of his way to make something cool for this stream, which I really appreciate. It's cool stuff. The problem is this has a tilt. It has a tilt. I need something I could like put back here in order to like stabilize it. Anyway, I can put pressure into this now, and I'm just gonna watch over here. You guys might not be able to see. Oh, you can't see shit. I'm just gonna watch to make sure that it doesn't fly off to one side. And to make sure that we're getting pressure into the thing. Oh, this feels dangerous. There it goes. All right, that's it. Now, hopefully I retained the evenness of this thing. I didn't bend the metal or anything. Looks all right. Okay, so that is sunk. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't even need the grub screws at this point. I'm pretty sure that thing is set in there, although when this heats up from use, maybe the story will change a little bit. All right, that goes back on the desk, and then I'm gonna check the 3D print real quick, because I hear it making some noise. Oh yeah, no shifts this time. Oh, but also... Okay, it's still doing the first layer. Ooh, some of those are not looking good. I think the purple filament might be a little bit more finicky. It seems to be stringing a lot. All right, so I'm going to watch that like a hawk. I might need to move the actual thing I'm printing on the bed in order to get it to stick better, but for now, I think we're okay. Just, you know, hopefully the X driver doesn't heat up. Or do whatever it's been doing. That weird shifting that's been going on. That's been getting worse. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, man. Okay, so Vice, you can live over here. Putting this thing back together. Now all I really need to do is seat the grub screws, which should technically probably get some Loctite on them, but I'm not going to go through that trouble. I'm going to seat the screws, and then I need to put the two halves of this motor back together, and that's the difficult part. Because the last time I did this, I really hurt my finger. And I don't want to do that again. I guess this thing won't like self-align with the grub screw. Usually when you have like a flat spot in a shaft and you put a grub screw up against it, it'll twist the shaft a little bit in order to kind of like flatten itself out on what it's pressing into. But that's not really the case here. We don't have those kinds of weaknesses because the press fit is so strong. The point of taking the motor apart is to put a longer shaft on it. Now, I'm not totally certain how much longer of shaft I necessarily need, but I wasn't able to get the drive for the 15mm belt over the shaft as it was previously. Now, some of the setups for these motors actually put the encoder on the back of the motor. So it's measuring how much the spindle is moving, which is fine. We're putting it on the front. And actually, sometimes people put the thing on the back of the motor and then drive it from there. I don't like that because I think the kinematic, blah, blah, blah. We're doing it a weird way because I do everything in a weird way. To much of the time to my own detriment. But yeah, the reason that I'm doing it is so that I have room for the drive. I give an honest answer and Fat gives a joke answer and he gets thanked. All right, fine. All right, am I doing this by hand? I don't want to just let everything fly together because I feel like that could damage stuff. But I don't have anything to really handle magnetic stuff. You know, the aluminum plate, I don't want to scratch that to shit. If I really grip it like this, it's going to hurt. But This is going to be ridiculous. That almost cut me. Yeah, I guess I could have worn leather gloves. It went together moderately smoothly, at least. And this thing is still good. Yep. This actually goes here. But I don't know if... because I don't have a snap ring to hold that in. Yeah, that would go there, and then there would be the snap ring on it. So I'm going to put that in this bag for safekeeping. Because it's not really doing anything. It's just a washer for the ring. Alrighty, so this is our new motor, and the properties of this motor should be just about the same as the other one. So the settings for this one can probably be settings for the old one can be transferred over to this one. Now we can set it up with all the stuff that it needs in order to be a motor, which would include this ring, but not yet. So this goes on to here, and I need screws to hold it in place. Now, the screw holes that it gives me 4 screw holes. I'm only going to use the 2. I'll only use the 2 near the center. And that'll just hold this in like this. This is a clever setup. I like this. The thing about these came from GrabCAD. And so with them, I also got CAD files for the motor and the encoder. So if I feel like coming up with my own setup for this, if I have time, I can do that. You know, I can 3D print like a whole thing. It'll be a whole thing. It'll be a whole big thing full of drama and excitement and action. Actually, I don't do the encoder now. I do the motor first. Motor first. So I'll have all the wires coming out of the same side, which is not recommended. A lot of control systems stuff, like industrial motors, they're like, please, for the love of God, do not run the wires parallel to the encoder wires. Like, don't run the main motor drive parallel to the encoder. Like, I don't know how you can help that unless you've got some kind of weird machine that you can take a viable alternate path. But if you've got everything laying down on like drag chain, what are you going to do? Can't do nothing about it. It's just fixed in place. I guess maybe they would advocate putting a shield around the motor wire, because the motor wires are doing all kinds of crazy bullshit and they're full of noise. So they will induce noise into your encoder, which is why having differentials on the encoder is nice, in addition to shielding. Having the differential signal means that if there's common mode noise caused by, I don't know, a bunch of 3-phase shenanigans going on right next to it, then it's going to filter out. Man, that almost fell off. It almost fell off the desk. Let's get a little closer so it doesn't look like I live in squalor. Let's not show the mouse, because that also makes it look like I live in squalor. All this room on the desk, and I'm using like a third of it. Go away, pliers that I don't need. I can't believe these are like the same. They're the same. The only difference is I can do a compression thing with them if I need to. That's what I would have used to mount the germanium lens on the thermals. Like if I wanted a protecting lens on the outside, I could have used put the lens against plastic, put a rubber O-ring, and then have a clip that would go down on top of it and then expand to hold in place. I don't think that'll 3D print very easily though, so I'm going to kind of avoid that. All right, so these hold the encoder in. This is basically converting it into a NEMA 23 stepper motor. Well, NEMA 23 stepper motor size, but it is a servo motor. Now, this is probably not the way you should do this, but I'm not going to press against the CUI thing. I'm going to press on the outside. And there's our motor with encoder. Encoder spins, motor spins. Now, this little encoder part comes with a bunch of these discs, and it comes with a bunch of the stuff that you would need to lower the disc down. So I pressed it all as one thing. That's probably a big no-no. That's probably a very big no-no for this, because I think it can probably, this is supposed to like kind of float on the little cogs there, so that it you know, doesn't make contact with anything and it doesn't interfere with the motion of it. I'm just kind of like pushing this thing down. You can probably get away with it. It's probably just not supposed to be done like that. All right, anyway, that's our servo, quote unquote. That's going to go on this plate. So now I am tasked with finding hardware that's going to fit through this entire thing. These are from Open Builds, which I'm not sponsored by, but they are like over in New Jersey. I should talk to them. I don't know how to do that kind of stuff. So I got 2 plates from Open Builds. One of them is going to hold the motor. The other one, hopefully at the same distance, is going to hold our pulley. And that'll be the 2 ends of the H. And then we've got to figure out what we're doing with the centerpiece. The centerpiece, this thing right here. Because that, I mean, that'll just be 2 plates, right? But we need to figure out what that looks like. I'm wondering if it could be corner cubes. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll take a look at it, because it needs to be the same height as the motor. I keep circling the wrong thing. The motor and the pulley. How's chat doing today? Chat's a little quiet. They're a little quiet today. Maybe because I'm clapping back. I'm on to you. I know your games. Oh, another nuts and bolts stream, huh? Now, since we are doing Burn the Subs 3, I'm bringing out the fine china. We're going to use the nice stuff on this. Man, those bands on the thermal camera, look at those. Those vertical bands, what are they? They don't come about when I have the thing open. When I have the front open, they do not appear. I think we need to find a heatsink for this thing, and we'll do that in a little bit. If I can outfit the servo carriers, of course I'm missing the largest size. Well, this is going to be the size of fastener that we use. I'll point at whatever I want. I'm the streamer. Yeah, we're going to use M5. It's kind of interesting because we're not... This plate is held on by M3 or 4, which will then be held on by M5, which will then be held on by probably smaller fasteners to go through these plates. I'm wondering if I need to... I'll probably need these washers on that for the plate, because I don't want to mar it up. It's going to get marred up, though. The thing is, like, it's anodized black. It's perfect, right? It's got an Open Builds logo on it, though. It's like anodized black, like the rest of Burn the Subs. This is my struggle, because we are developing things and we're coming up with things from nothing, right? We're making, well, mostly nothing. We're kind of making this up as we go, right? But I also want it to look really cool and professional. And anodized aluminum with a shit ton of scratches all over it does not look professional. So I gotta figure that one out, or work that one out in my head. It would be interesting if I could convert this to have like a water inlet and then a water outlet and somehow a water chatlet, and somehow be able to get flow through the extremis of this thing. Not with a 3D print. It would have to be made out of metal, which would be a very difficult thing to machine. Because if these motors get exceedingly hot, because they're meant to operate with a propeller, right? They're meant to operate at higher speeds with the propeller, so they might actually not get hot. They might not get hot at all. We ran it back and forth, and it didn't seem to even get warm. So the possibility is that just having this thing in open air is fine. But if I do need to cool it, I thought it would be really hilarious if we water cooled it. At the very least, I'm going to be water cooling the laser. At the very least, I'm going to be water cooling the laser. No promises on whether or not I water cool the motors. But yeah, the only way to water cool an outrunner like this is to make this into a water cooled plate. I think there are some versions that remachine the front of the motor plate, the one that has all the phases going through it, and actually makes that something that can circulate water. And then if you're doing like RC boating, they just do an in-runner motor. They don't have the spindle on the outside. It's like a traditional motor that runs at extremely high RPMs, and then they have a water-cooled jacket that goes on top of the whole thing. Can't do that with this because it's rotating. So your only coolable face is right here. in terms of water cooling. I need to put a fan on it too. Just put a fan on it. Let's use a fan. Let's use a fan. What's wrong with you? That's not gonna do. It's almost like I needed those other. It's like I need these, the ones that I don't have. Let's see if we can find some bolts. I don't know what other kits I have. Oh God, I'm getting a back cramp. Don't cool it, let it suffer. No, because that'll damage other systems. Okay, I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I did give insulin for it, but my back is like cramping up as if my glucose levels are all over the place. I don't know what's going on. I hate it when this happens. Oh man, this has been a recent thing. Is having like a really tight back, and then I need to do like the end of the movie roll credits pose in order to get it to. Oh, I need to do it on the other side now too. Yeah, we did it. Okay, there we go. That calmed it down. Okay, so I haven't had a PB&J sandwich in forever. I know my stomach was like weird this afternoon, and I was like, I just need something quick, just energy for streaming. So I decided to go the route of peanut butter and jelly. I think it was a good choice. I think it was a decent choice. Am I not gonna have any hardware for this? I'm looking around. Oh, my prospects of hardware are looking a little thin. Might have to try to extract them from somewhere. I'm getting back into it. I'm getting back into the bin. Trying to find all my stuff. Oh, those are all M3. That's not going to work. It's a good car, but it's not going to work. What did all my M5 go into? Probably the other burn the subs, right? I mean, it wasn't. Oh, you know what? All my M5 went into the steering wheel project, didn't it? Yeah, some of it. What type of jelly? Raspberry preserve. Wasn't actually jelly. It was preserves, which is actually a distinctly different thing. Hey, Emma the Bomb. Nothing. Worshers. Long stuff. These are all M3. Doesn't help. These are all too long. Actually, this one might be just too long enough. That's still way too long. Still way too long, but at least serviceable. These are a little shorter. No, these are the same length. Shoulders on them. Yeah, it's pretty big. Pretty big, but that's okay. Let's have a little extra. It's too bad because I think the M5 by 20 or whatever this one was might have been just the right length. Because all I really need to do is get through the plate and a washer. But alas, I need 8 of them, so I think it might have to be. Well, no, maybe we can do the ones that are threaded all the way through, I guess. Not like I'm using them for anything. What were these for? I forget. Yeah, you can just cut them, but I don't want to do that. Cutting a bolt is always just more annoying than it sounds if you don't have those electricians like bolt cutters of the right size. Because I think the ones I have are in English sizes and they don't cut properly. And then you have to sand down the edge till it fits. It's not my cup of tea. Do you guys know if you drink 4.5 liters of Earl Grey, you get what's called Earl Grey poisoning? And so if you back off to 2.5 liters of Earl Grey, you'll immediately get better. I'm trying, this bin is not organized. Not organized. You know, if you drink 1 pint of blood, you'll throw up. Oh, yeah. Get a medical journal on that one. I'm gonna have to use the slightly longer ones because I don't have the. I don't think I have enough of the slightly shorter, longer ones. Yeah, looks like I don't. Okay, well, so much for that. Actually, if I had one more, I could use these. One more? Are you kidding me? All right, fine. We'll use the longer ones. I have 8 of those. Where did... that went in there. Okay. 4, 8. All right. Between 2 to 4 is a gray area. I'm in a bit of a tea days these days. What else? Nuts. 8 nuts. Finding hardware is like half the battle around here, man. 6, 7, 8. And then washers. I do like these kits, but they run out quick, the type of hardware that you use the most. I should probably start buying the individual sized cap heads and stuff that I need. Now, technically, washers don't do anything. In this case, what I'm using the washer to do is to protect the anodization. I want the washer to go directly against the anodization and then the bolt to spin on the washer, and for the washer not to spin. 2. Oh my god, there's going to be all of them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to like order more kits in order to do the rest to Burn the Subs. Jesus. Well, luckily the entirety of Burn the Subs 3 is going to be 2 repeated mechanical devices. So we'll have one stacked on top of the other. That helps me because that means whatever hardware I have for one, I can just make sure that I have it for the other one. Okay. Oh my god. All right, let's see. So I guess I'll have the length of the bolt facing downwards. Is that going to make it easier or harder for me to actually put this thing together? I think that'll be okay. And then I'm going to get my miniature wrench thingy-majig. La 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 la. The other week we actually the other year. Oh god, when did we do that? We rebuilt my wrenches. This thing didn't used to ratchet, and now it ratchets like perfectly. It's amazing. I think that's what prompted the snap ring pliers. I think, yeah, that is what prompted getting the snap ring pliers, because the new snap ring pliers, you can flip the bit around and it'll close instead of open. It'll hold open and close when you push it in or whatever, when you close the thing. So yeah, that's what prompted getting those. All right. The what are these? Are these 1/8 inch? What are the size of these things? I think they're 1/8 inch. Right, it's not a 1/4 inch ratchet, maybe. How much of an inch is this? Yeah, it's 1/4 inch. So the 1/4 inch ratchets, I find having a long, like a deep bolt. I can't, man. The names of everything is leaving my brain today. I think the humidity is cooking it. Deep socket. Thank you. Jeez. What is wrong with me, guys? Yeah, having a deep socket for the 1/4 inch, I've never needed a regular sized 1/4 inch socket. That's just me. These are actually not Craftsman. Autocraft. Ugh. Never heard of them. Don't think they exist anymore. And then I don't need anything fancy. Just a wrench. A key to go on the other side into the cap head. Okay, cool. So that's ready to assemble. Now, what way do I want these to face? I think what I want to do, logo down. Sorry, Open Builds, but you're not sponsoring me. So what am I supposed to do? And then I'll have the bolts facing down so they don't get in the way. Seems fiddly to be making all these considerations, but you know, somebody would point it out where I went wrong. But bother, you didn't blank. Actually, the washer in, oh, these are not oh man, these aren't the larger size that I thought they were. They lied to me. You lied to me. Nope, not that kit. These are M3s. Or M4? M4. That's right, M4 is large enough. We just need something, you know? Oh god, there's still machining oil on these. Which, personally, I like the smell of machining oil. $100-tooth ratchet? That's like some science and technology kind of shit. That's like the guy who assembles scientific equipment kind of tools. 4, 8, all right. I don't know, I always hear stories from my mechanical engineer friends of like mechy places that build giant ratchets that have like thousands of teeth, so it's like brrr, and then you can tighten something just for the sake of doing it. I always love that. There's no lock washer on these. The efficacy of lock washers is dubious, although chat has linked me to legitimate sources that claim that they actually do stuff. I always thought it was a neat explanation of how little they actually do. And part of the thing about a lock washer is that when it lets go finally, it will hold stuff in. And this is what, again, this is me backing up my explanation and rewriting it because of research that you guys have let me know about. But apparently, just the like regular lock washers and some other types, they will hold on to the bolt in a vibration scenario longer, but then once things start to let go, it can actually act as something that will drive the bolt to loosen up, and then all the plates get all, you know, everything starts to wibble wobble. Oh, look who it is! It's Woodis43. How you doing? I just finished building a thermal camera enclosure. I'm getting that set up, and we're doing the heat test on it while I assemble stuff for the new Burn the Subs. I can't show the enclosure. I tweeted it. I don't have a mirror. I only have a plate of aluminum. But yeah, we're looking at the thermal imager as it gets hot in that little enclosure with a bunch of vents in it. It seems to be throwing some vertical lines that I don't really like. So I might need to do something else for it. But Woodis has been subbed for 33 months. Let's put him up on the board. I'm printing a purple version of the enclosure right now. I say I'm printing, but I don't know what's... No, everything went down nicely. With PETG, if the first layer goes down good, you're golden for the rest of the print. And it looks like it did, so that print should make it all the way through, unless there's some hideous x-axis shifting like I've gotten before. I was also telling chat that I need to take my gaming computer and we need to strap the 60mm Noctuas to the side so the power supply isn't as loud. If we don't get to that, I am going to have to bring like a box fan to the LAN so that my computer power supply isn't as obnoxious. Because it'll start screaming hot death when it's just like Valheim. Woodis43, you're by Fluffy Pink Llama and Fart Monkeys and Murray Madness. Welcome to the board. Thank you so much for the 33 months. Okay. It doesn't always scream no, because well, actually, let me be honest, because I put the floor fan on it. Yeah, the board's getting to a point. I don't know what point. We'll know eventually, but it is getting to a point. And when it happens, I may have to... my video games bring all the box fans to the yard. Yeah, so when that board fills up, I have to either go buy, like I said, a live edge board, or I have to buy more planks, or we just don't have a board for a little while. Put that little guy in back. Wait, what? Little guy in back? What are you talking about? Could you use a buck converter for the fan? It's running, the fan's running 12 volts. I think if I make a new cable, I could run, I have a different heat sink that we've already machined out to fit everything. And if I could put just staple two Noctuas to the outside of the enclosure. For you guys who don't know, my computer, my gaming computer, because I'm a gamer. Guys, I'm a gamer. You guys know that I'm a gamer? Yeah, I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. Anyway, it's like embarrassing to admit. Because I'm a gamer, my computer consists of, yeah, it's the shape of a VCR, but it's made out of these Maker Beam rails. So these are like the 2020 rails that we use here to build Burn the Subs, but they're 10 millimeters, 10 millimeter. And so what I did is I actually put metal speaker grill in the sort of gap for these, and I made a big box. And so it's a mini ITX motherboard, and then the graphics, it's mini ITX motherboard, graphics card laying down with a cable that goes under the card to the slot, and then a very small power supply all the way on the end. The thing is, in that very small power supply, I put laptop fans. They're fans that just don't have anything around them, because I cut out the center of the heat sink, and then I have a laptop fan that's just pushing air outwards and through the fins of the heat sink. Those power supply modules are running, they can do 350 watts, I think. They're running probably about 300 when I'm like getting really into a game. When I'm really gaming, I'm using a lot of watts. And so what that does is it because of the efficiency of the power supplies, it creates a lot of heat. So over the years, I've had to replace the fan a couple times. This thing has been working since 2011-ish. I've had to replace the fans a couple times. And so I'll put in another, it's just like a Dell fan. It's just a laptop fan. Thing is, I modified it so that it would run a 12-volt version of that fan. But then I put a 5-volt fan in there by accident. So I have a 5-volt fan being run on 12 volts and being given signals to cool. It works. It's worked for over 2 years, but it's loud. Yeah, what's a graphics card? Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember, but I remember purchasing it. I don't really think I need to I think we need to go too crazy with this. I don't think I need the wrench. And actually, is this the wrong size? I think, yeah, that was the wrong size. So this is the size. All I need to do is just give it a little, it's a 3D print. I don't want to crush it too far. No, I'm not gonna, I don't destroy the old boards. I'll find something for them. I just haven't decided what that is yet. Maybe at some point in my life, maybe I'll move shops and I'll have room for the old boards so that I can put them up in kind of a cool part. No, you're supposed to tighten it until it gets loose and then you go back a quarter turn. So yeah, with the power supply fan thing, it is like, it's getting just a ludicrous amount of volts. It's able to survive it. But it's too loud. It's way too loud. It's far too loud. So I want to, instead of running that signal and 12 volts to the little fan, I'd rather run it to 2 Noctuas, even though they'd look absurd, strapped to the outside of the case. I think that might be quick enough that I'm able to put it together. I have to crimp a connector for that, and then possibly swap out the heatsink if I can. That's going to be a little bit more tough. But I think we can do that in a stream. We'd better be able to do that in a stream because I would like to have my gaming computer functioning, you know, off the air. Yeah, when I get this mythical barn out on the sticks of Pennsylvania, when I finally live on, I'll move to West Virginia where the government can't find me. Grow a big scraggly beard. Oh, wait, I already have that. So yeah, this is an important part that we're doing right now, is getting these motors on hardware. County roads. That would violate my my having never lived in a state in my life. I lived in Virginia and I've lived in Pennsylvania, both commonwealths. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why is this not? There we go. I'm hoping we can get something that's gonna, you know, we'll get as far as we can get today with this. I'm glad to see all this hardware coming together. I just wish Turnigy didn't chrome out their motors. Like, I love these giant Turnigys, and I think there's like an orange version of this that people use that's a little bit wider. I should have done the orange one, man. That would have looked so much cooler. But the 5055 was used by the people who did the open motor controller, and I figured, like, hey, if people are using that, like, we'll have configurations available to us. And then it turns out that the O drive, as reading forum posts, they were like, yeah, the O drive can't do like laser etcher stuff. I'm like, are you kidding me? So we went with Granite Devices controller, which doesn't need, it's a universal controller. It could run all kinds of different stuff. Got a lab computer that I need to modify the fans on. With it being summer and getting hot, the fans ramping up is making my head hurt. I did that with the because we're in a studio environment. I had to do that with the Rigol 1054Z. I put a Noctua fan in there, but I mounted it very haphazardly, if I'm honest. That was before I had the 3D printer, so I wasn't able to like custom engineer something to hold the fan. Instead, I just put a bunch of double-sided, like layers of double-sided tape on that in order to hold it in. We should probably take that apart at some point and do an assessment, because it probably needs dusting out. Because it's, I mean, it's a little computer. It's got a fan in there and everything. So I could probably come up with something that's 3D printed and a little bit more dust safe and heat safe in order to hold that thing in there. Quietly is the name of the game, though. There's basically these the inside of this Rigol, they didn't do any sort of like airflow management, so they have a fan that's going a little faster than it should, hitting up against a grating, and that's creating a lot of turbulence and noise. And they're like, ah, fuck it, we don't care. They don't care. But I'm sitting here in my studio, like, listening to this thing, just like, this can't get onto the microphone. I got to do something about this. I wish these bolts weren't so freaking long. We don't really have a choice, though. This is just the test setup. You know, I can get fancy. Yeah, Open Build sells a lot of really nice CNC bits. If you buy anything from them, just put in the comments that you were referred here by Twitch TV O'Bother. Because I would love to get on the radar. It's a little self-serving if I contact them out of the blue. Might happen. Yeah, they have a lot of nice stuff, and they're in Jersey, so the things come here quickly. Look at what's happening to the thermals. You see how prominent that is? Yeah, the ball nose bits are really nice to have when you're putting together machines, because you can come in at a little bit of an angle. Just a little bit of an angle. Thermal cam's overheating. We're going to work on that in just a second. Let me see about mounting. See, that's where that sits even. So that gives us a little bit of room to get... They'll sit off of the side of the rail. Let's take a look at this now. So yeah, this is the motor setup. The height as to be determined by how high I want this thing to be. Might be a little bit of the shaft sticking up. I could probably reverse this too and it would look better, but we're using wide belts because they look better. Like a lot of the decisions that I've made for this machine have been just pure vanity. Pure vanity. I just want it to look good. I messed this one up. The wires should be exiting the side, even though they probably could do this. But that's not for the test. I screwed it up. I screwed it up. I screwed up. Chat, I screwed up. I screwed it up. I screwed it up. Screwed it up. It's messed up. It's all messed up. It's all messed up. Everything's messed up. It's all messed up. Oh, ball nose CNC bit. They sell the little display they sell for the CNC is pretty cool. And then they also have, kind of in the same style, they have a like a bit holder that I thought was kind of cool. Screwed up. I messed it up. Can't believe you've done this. Screwed up. Screwed it up. Get it out of there. Get them all out of there. This is like assembly day at Obother's shop. We're assembling a bunch of stuff just in minor ways. Once we figure out the pulley thing, I want to take a look at the thermals and see if we can put just like a metal plate, like just a piece of aluminum on the ST Micro, and see if it'll lower the temperatures in there. Good reason for parts choices. It looks good. I mean, you know, when you're in showbiz, when you're under the limelight, baby, all choices are aesthetic. It does make a difference. I mean, I am streaming it, so everything needs to look cool. I try to be very real with you guys with the projects, because I fail at stuff all the time. You know, things just go wrong, and I am actually doing stuff live. Like, I'll not work on something at all off camera. You guys saw how quickly I was able to put together the thermal enclosure the third time. Yeah, I guess I also... People like... come over to the house and they're like, oh, so what do you do? And I'm like, I am a professional clown. And they look at the board and they're like, oh, that's neat. It's like, if that looked a little bit more professional, at least I could have some integrity. Not much. All right, so I guess I don't really even need the hex. I'm just getting them like a little tight, because if I tighten them anymore, that's going to crush the plastic and start deforming it. Actually, the springiness of the plastic is a bit of a Loctite method, huh? All right, so that's... Oh, yeah, I kind of squished it over there. That's okay, though. It should be good enough. Okay, so that's the motor mounted on a thingy. That means that this one can go down there, this one can go up top, wires can go out back, and they can both go to the controller, which will be some distance depending on what the width of the entire setup is. Those go to a pulley that just sits on the end all the way out here. It's the pulley all the way out here. And so those are going to be these other plates that I bought. I could obviously come up with something to do this, or I could have made my own plate, but like it took one day for it to get here. So it was $6 well spent to not have to sit there and drill this thing out. So I need some of these pulleys that I have, these 15mm wide pulleys and posts. What did I do with them? Here's the other motors. That's for a different project. What is that even doing in here? There's one. I need to find the other. We need to see whether or not we can actually mount these properly. Because on the other test board, we had a slightly different mounting method. I'm just going to get... There's like a bin that's sitting on the milling machine. This stuff. So these are not designed to be at any kind of a height. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. If I have standoffs, I guess I could do that. Because, yeah, these going directly up against the plate, I mean, I can get this that low. I could do that. But there's still going to be height for the cart on that rail. So we have a plate directly against the rail, so that'll be even with that. But then I have the cart that sits a couple millimeters above that. And we need this to go over to the cart, around a different pulley, and out to the axis, or to the other side of the board. So this whole thing, I mean, figuring in that height is probably decently accurate. I need like a large standoff on this that's threaded. Ugh. Am I gonna have to order standoffs too? God damn it. Either standoffs or spacers. If I do a spacer, I could just do a threaded bolt through the whole thing, and I can get shoulder bolts separately. Shoulder bolts are great because your bearing then doesn't have to hit up against threads in order to do its job as a bearing. Not necessarily supposed to be loading the bearings from the side with the bolt. It really should be up against the shoulder, metal to metal, when it's doing its job. So these were made to mount very tightly to stuff. I probably should find a slightly longer shoulder bolt with more of a shoulder on it. But I need to figure out what the height is that I could put a spacer below it. In the meantime, we will just use regular bolts. Now that technically should be the largest bolt that I can get to go through this thing. But I don't think this is gonna work. I think it'll work. Oh, these are all M3. Nope. Wrong bin. Wrong bin, try again. Wires are not on the wrong side. You shush. Yeah, these want to be M4, and I don't have M4 that are long enough. Let's see if I've got it in some of the other screw bins, I guess. M4 is kind of on the larger side for the things that I do. Should be working on a tiny RC car, but no. Here we are doing this. All right, let's see. So I could do the generic bin of bolts. I could look at the... What else do I have? That's English, and it's coarse thread. Yeah, let's see what I got in here. Do I have anything even approaching? Yeah, it kind of looks like a negative. I think that's a big negative there, Ghost Rider. It's not going to fit. I don't see anything quite. That's getting close. This might be another stumbling point that I didn't anticipate. Let's see. Let me check the larger hardware bin that I have. Larger generic hardware. I gotta get behind here in order to get it. All right, larger generic hardware. Plop. All right, what do we got in here? No machine screws, huh? None of this stuff really looks... I mean, that's close, but it's still the same length. I need something like that, but like long. That's not going to do it. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, the thing about some parts of Burn the Subs is that it gets beyond the size of hardware that I typically keep around. I'm used to working on small things, like the enclosure for the thermals. It's nice and tiny. But these are anything but small. This is me getting out of my comfort zone and building something big. Big and industrial and cool. I think I gotta order bolts, guys. I think I'm at a stumbling block here. If I'm going to properly mount that pulley, I mean, I could probably come up with something really stupid in the meantime, but I'm not finding... I can't think of any cache that I have of, like, good hardware. Look at this bolt. This is a really nice one. Man, wish I had more of these. This is like a really nicely machined bolt. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But I guess I don't have a lot of this kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not really one of these operations that has a ton of this kind of hardware. Just some guy, you know? Somebody. Yeah, I'm gonna have to order hardware. Which I guess means we can probably move to the next project, huh? Curses. What is this thing? That's too large for the... It's like a table leg. What is it even doing there? Damn it. Nope. That's a big nopers. Yeah, it's... a lot... Some of these parts are TV stands. They're for, like, TV and monitor stands and stuff like that. That's how hardware ends up in this bin. Yeah, I either need to order... I probably should just get the right thing, which would be a longer shoulder bolt with more threads on the end. So I'll have to see what kind of shoulder bolts I can get, because those fit the bearings very, very nicely. It's a very nice fit. But I need a little standoff on the bottom here to lift it up from the plate just a little bit, and I'll have to figure out what that distance is, but I still need to be able to get hardware in there. Shaky. Okay. So this stuff goes to my desk because I need to order hardware. That height, I may have to measure. Yeah, let me just put all this stuff on the other desk to remind myself at the end of the stream. What size shoulder? It needs to be... Well, it actually... The size of the shoulder doesn't matter. It's the length of the whole thing, because I'll put a plastic... I have a plastic spacer that can go on the bottom here. And so as long as... The shoulder can be almost the entire length of the thing. But I don't know what the height is yet. And that's something that I'll have to measure. I once could buy 25 individual bolts for €5, or a pack of 100 for €3. Oh God, yeah, I know. Those discount things, like, totally screwing it up. Look at the thermals. They're so bad. All right, we got to do something about thermals. Let's work on the thermals now. Let's work on the thermals now. I'm going to put away all the large hardware. Now that we know where we're at with this thing. We know where we're at. We know that I need to order shoulder bolts. And then I need to figure out what I'm going to do about that H part of the H, the part where the belt loops to the other axis. It's going to be kind of the same thing. So if I get this hardware, if I get enough of it, I'm going to be able to figure out where those bolts go and provide like a plate or something like that. But as long as I have the thing that will hold up the pulley, that's the important part. That doesn't even... Darn, it's too bad. I wanted to put it away by putting that thing on the shaft. I can leave this up here for now. I don't think that'll get too far on the way. Yeah, Thursday, I guess we're going to do emergency computer stuff. Maybe I can get a head start on that on Wednesday, because if I'm SOL on the computer project on Thursday, that's going to interrupt other projects. Oh no. Things I got to do, right? What's up, Epic Unknown? I do want to work on the computer with you guys because it is a lot of fun. There's a lot of weird stuff in that computer. Okay, so that's Burn the Subs 3 is on ice for another order time. All this hardware is so weird and special that I'm gonna need to order stuff in order to do it somewhat properly. Yeah, the subwoofer is actually fixed. I fixed that off air as well. I always regret fixing stuff off air. The issue with the subwoofer was there was a broken trace, and the broken trace may or may not have been caused by me. I think our repairs to that one board that like desoldered itself, I think those were important. And then the other part was that the Celastic that they used in order to prevent vibration got too hot in a couple spots and maybe became conductive, which might have led to the meltdown. But then also the vibration of the one board, it was the power distribution control board. That vibration might have broken the trace, or it could have been me scraping the conductive Celastic off of it, because something else happened to it, and then I found a broken trace, and now it works just fine. I put things back together. I put the clear caulk on things, which isn't really going to do a hell of a lot for high vibration environments. I hope it can hold up to the heat. But with all those improvements on it, it has been perfect. It's been working perfectly for me, and I've had a gigantic subwoofer for a little while. It's weird having that much bass, having your system, like your speakers, capable of suddenly producing a whole hell of a lot of bass is very strange to me. Okay, so I got to stop the thermal imager from working now. So I'm gonna turn that off. My button didn't work. There we go. It was a toggle. Okay, so, and then I'm gonna unplug this thing from USB-C, pop this thing out, and let's take a look at it on oh, we can't take a look at it on thermals. So we were getting some weird aberrations in the view there. Got some weird aberrations in the view. Some weird stuff was going down as we were looking through this thermal imager. And why was that happening? I mean, there were like bands in the view of the thermal imager. And my thoughts on that is that this board that I've got suspended in here with all the little gratings that are supposed to provide sort of natural convection, well, the board gets very, very hot. And when it does, the imager itself heats up. And when the imager itself heats up, weird stuff happens. You want to keep it cool. So the strategy, at least from the enclosure files from the original one, was to have, they had like a bump that went up to the chip in the back. They had like a bump, and I think they meant for it to be made out of metal so that the metal was able to kind of bleed heat out of it. I thought subwoofers are bad for diabetics. I've seen a number of product warnings for things like subpack. What? What are you talking about? Subwoofers bad for diabetics? That's a, what the fuck? Am I not getting it? Am I not getting what subpack is? Because maybe it's a product I don't know about. $1.50 a bolt. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do $1.50 a bolt. I'll find the right stuff. It's not an uncommon shoulder bolt. I'm going to tighten up the camera mount. Subpack is a tactile audio system? I don't... maybe I don't get the joke. All right, so all the gratings are simply just fit into the sides of the thermal enclosure. They just kind of press in. Like these are just there via friction. Subpack is a portable subwoofer product. When I saw the product warning, started looking at that subwoofers were a problem in general. Is that you're fully serious about that? People are like warning diabetics that they, what the fuck? What does that even mean? Is it because of air cavities in the insulin? Maybe it shocks the insulin proteins. That's not possible. That's a little crazy. If it could, like, if your insulin wasn't stabilized, if it didn't have the what is it called? Whatever the stabilizing agent is in insulin. Because I've had problems with my insulin pump. Because my insulin pump uses what is ostensibly like a tiny little valve system to draw and inject insulin 0.7 unit at a time. And when I was using fancier insulins back in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s, I actually had an incident. It actually was 2011. I had an incident where what would happen is it would draw and inject, but that was so rough on the massive protein chain that they would foul up and break, and you'd see cloudiness in the insulin, and that would occlude the line that goes under the skin. That would cause occlusions. Yeah, strong magnets in people with diabetes, because I've got an electronic device that's running things. So if this gets subject to bad stuff, weird things can happen. I've also got the constant glucose monitor, and electricity and magnetism is so closely rated that, like, traipsing around an MRI is a little dangerous. I think I did have, no, you know what? When I did have the MRI, I actually timed it so that I did a set change. I changed these out during, so I had no electronic devices on me at all. But so, like, when I go through the airport, I do not do the millimeter wave scan because I don't know what it's going to do to this. And they might have done some studies with these by now. They've probably deemed them safe. I might as well be kind of a kook and just say, you know what, I'm going to opt out all that. And then they do the little snap of the rubber glove, and they go, all right, let's get started. Then I'm treated like a fucking criminal. They give me the whole pat down, the ocular pat down. So, okay, a couple things about the design of this. And I wonder if I can get out a little bit so that we can actually, nope, this is as far as it'll let me go. That might actually be far enough. So I decided that orange and black was a cool color scheme, and it is. I did the millimeter wave scans, still had to get the pat down. I don't know, they give me like the extra double plus pat down, like the deluxe one. They always do that. I hate it. My boomer parents were like completely appalled at how they treated me, and I'm like, this is like normal. But he had a security clearance. I'm like, I don't anymore. I don't anymore. So yeah, the design of this thing. I decided to move the grating panels inside to the inside of the enclosure, but they're still sized the same. I just don't need to cut out the corners. Hold on, I just hiccuped, and it appears that my stomach would like to digest the entire upper half of my body. Give me one sec. Oh, that's better. I should probably have put a chamfer on that. I should have chamfered that to be a little bit to the side. I guess it kind of holds itself up. It does get in the way, but the USB cable is, you know, pretty necessary for the operation of this thing. So what I did, yeah, no glue need. Yes, this is a much cleaner design. Yes, thank you for noticing. I did get a haircut. So what I did since the last design, and keep in mind, I made this from scratch. I made it myself. It was actually really annoying to get the USB slot properly configured because I had to do a 2mm radius around this. And then I think I cut it from, how did I do that again? Oh God, I forget how I did it. Because I don't think you can do an offset cutout. Like if I take this object and I cut it from here, I can't give it a universal offset in order to gap it, because it needs to be 0.2 larger for it to fit properly. I actually kind of forget how I did this. I think I outlined it, and then I did an extrude from distance, maybe. It might have been two different operations. So like the bottom was one extrusion, and then from the bottom of this all the way up to the top was another one. Instead of doing a tray on the top piece, I just said, you know what, screw it. The bottom of the top is going to be this surface right here. So this is pressed in ever so slightly on the two ends here, and when you plug it in, it's going to be fighting these screws mainly and pushing up against the whole top. These are press fit in, these two, and then all the others are just square. So it's square on the inside, and then I chamfer it for the outside. And that's sort of, you know, the universally chamfered look is kind of what I was going for. It's funny because everything is chamfered except for this. This is driven by the radius of the screw hole. Weird. I had a lot of trouble printing it too. I had a heavier chamfer on the outside here, which gave it a bit more of a like rounded sort of camping equipment look. But when that tried to print, that angle would come out bad almost universally. It was really a mess to print. So I kept that just slight chamfer on it. It doesn't even look like, sorry, fillet. I left the slight fillet on it, which doesn't, it almost looks rounded. I don't know. The only way I did, you know, if I actually molded it out of plastic or I did it in resin, some other higher accuracy method, but we don't need to do that. So everything worked out pretty well, but I decided to square out all the windows. So I've got this big, totally functional window on the top of the unit. And the thing is, because we're hanging this off of the camera, heat rises, right? So all the heat kind of wants to go up, I guess. There's a little bit of a vent. It's just a little bit of a vent up there. I don't know. Mainly I'm relying on heat to just kind of wander its way out, and then cool air to wander its way in. But I like the design now. It's very clean. I don't have to use glue. I might have had to use glue on these, but I very carefully cut them out. Well, I very carefully cut them out. This is a little... And then, oh yeah, I didn't do anything fancy for the camera. The camera just gets a piece of plastic and kind of close to it. No, I'm not going to throw it... well, actually, okay, so heat sinks. Let's figure out what we can do for heat sinks, because of the height of the USB part, the USB part kind of determined what the size of the rest of this thing would be. I needed to have a certain amount of material above the USB thing. What I did is I took the very center of the camera lens, did a center rectangle so that I covered the sides a little bit of this thing, and then the top a little bit of this thing. And then I took those numbers and I rounded them off so that they're even numbers, so it has an even size in terms of millimeters, right? Actually, that's very close to an inch. Inch and a half. That's close to an inch by an inch and a half, but it is millimeter. So that's what I did for the outer enclosure size, and that gave me enough room to put both the USB and the camera in there with a little bit of room to spare, and moving the hardware inwards, moving the screws inwards so that I had room for the 4 screws to look good. Again, a lot of the motivation is so it looks good. I wish I could get that larger fillet on it. That would have looked better. That's okay though. So yeah, what that did, because of the height of the USB, this thing is actually pretty tall. It's pretty tall, all things considered. And so we've got a little bit of space back here. If this chip hanging out right behind our thermal imager is the source of all of our woes, it's possible that we can find a piece of metal that can go on that, and I can just use some double-sided, shitty double-sided thermal tape, and then it'll bleed a little bit of the heat off, and we'll be able to cool this thing properly. Bleed a little bit of the heat off, get it away from the chip, and maybe it'll find its way outside of the enclosure. Push comes to shove, there's room for a little fan right here. Now, in the version that I'm printing right now, I actually had to extrude a 1 millimeter bar that's behind this piece and the 2 sides. So it doesn't do this when you push in on it. Not a big deal. I just kind of wanted it to be a little bit more solid. See, all 4 of these slats I can transfer over to the new one. Let's get that thermal imager out of here before I screw it up. Come with me. All right, so I'm going to put that far away in a safe place. I don't know what heat sinks I have. We've got stuff left over from the motor controller project. Now with these glasses screws, it turns out that a larger screwdriver is better for getting that torque in there. So this is the second to largest size, I think. No, wait, you know what? Yeah, I want to use this one. Counterintuitive, because it's a small screw. But the small screwdriver actually grinds away the inside of these screws. So you want to use the big one. Tiny turbo fan. See, the thing is, like, I don't want my thermals to shake. I don't know what that tiny fan's going to be like. Tiny fans are usually pretty civil. But I don't think I need to use a tiny fan in this. I'd rather it not have any sort of active cooling on it. Yeah, see, this is able to handle these screws through the torque. I also did a little bit of a little alteration on the screw gaps so that the top piece has these are 2 millimeter. They're M2. So this is 2.4, and these are 1.8. So that the screws have stuff to grip. Yeah, it's a I think it's 10 by 10 millimeter. It's like the world's smallest computer fan. It's not cheap. Yeah, everything looks larger in the shop. Especially when you're using like magnification like this. Like, I'm not even looking at what my hands are doing right now. I'm looking at the video image that I'm giving to you guys. All right, I'm gonna pull the USB out of here too. And the only civilized way that I have to do that is by punching it through with the other end. It's the only civilized way to do this, guys. There you go. Because I gapped that properly, it does come out pretty smoothly. I'm happy for that, because I don't want to ruin this thing. All right, so having done that, I need to find heat sinks. I don't know where. I think my good collection is in the bins that sit behind this monitor. I think they're over there. So I'm gonna wedge myself over here and take a look. But there's a lot of stuff that's kind of like precariously stacked up over here. I'm annoyed I didn't have the hardware for BTS today. I was really hoping we'd make more progress. At least we're making progress at all. May take a few more baby steps than I had anticipated, but we'll get there. All right, there's some heatsink stuff in here. Not quite what I was looking for, These are all the motor heat sinks, which are a particular size that will not work with what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, I guess if we regularly come back to it on Tuesdays, we can call it BTS Tuesday. I think you just figured out the title of my next stream, or my next Tuesday stream. Water cooling stuff. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, oh, these are all my frame rail. I wonder if those, I wonder if there would be bolts in this that would work for that pulley. That's too big. They're all too big. Almost an engineer. Hey, how you doing, man? Are you an engineer yet? Almost an engineer, subbing for 14 months. Let's put him up on the board. Oh man, I'm stinky today. I didn't put on deodorant. I'm a true gamer. Finally. Almost an engineer. Let's put you up on the board. Where are you going? Oh my god, you're right by Pokey. And WBW 72 has been completely shaved off by you. You're not an engineer yet. No! The Prime student trial is over. I've now got a Prime sub again. Oh, I see. Oh, cool, man. Well, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you using it on this channel. Oh yeah, here are the copper pieces that I was looking for. Okay. So I don't know. I have one other heatsink that I've squirreled away, and it was for an RC car motor controller, but I think it's too big. I think it's too big for this. I think it's too big. What did I do with it? Oh yeah, it's right there. That's way too big. Okay, so here's some of the stuff that I got. Let's take a look at the stuff. No, it's actually it's made for RC cars. The ooh, that's a close-up. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, we don't have a beacons command. Oh wait, we do. Yeah, people ask that a lot. People ask about them a lot. They're hilarious. But yeah, they're a generic Alibaba product, and they're meant for RC cars. Like if you make an RC tow truck, which would be kind of hilarious to have actually on like an RC car track. You know, a little tow truck you drive around. Everybody who crashes, you get to go up to them and like, well, I'm just gonna go to the impound lot. Gonna be pretty expensive to get it out of the lot. Glad you caught me in time. Could do some real damage to your car. And then you tow them to a little lot. You make them pay $5 to get their RC car back. But anyway, the little emergency lights are meant for RC cars, and they actually can be servo controlled to do a couple different patterns. We were playing around with that at one point. I bought 2 sets of them. Should have bought more. Bought 2 sets of them, but the light that they were putting out wasn't right. There's a dome over top of a circuit board that has a ring of LEDs, and on the ring of LEDs, they're all facing outwards, so the clear plastic dome doesn't light up at all. So what I had to do, and it was really frustrating to do this, and I wouldn't suggest anybody else try this, is I had to actually go in there and I had to take the LED, turn it 90 degrees. So now all the LEDs face upwards, and what that does is that illuminates all the plastic, all the tapered plastic up the cone. Same thing like computer monitors do when they want to have a backlight. Instead of having an LED shine on a piece like this, they'll have an LED shine on a piece that will tilted. So now all that cast off light from the LED can evenly illuminate it. Now, obviously it's not that nuanced in a cheap plastic toy light, but it's the same principle. It's the principle of the thing. So it works out pretty nicely. I mean, you know, if I were a madman, this could work if I got rid of the sides, but it's too much heatsink. Or if I like sliced it and just had the, how tall is that? Oh yeah, that's not gonna work at all. Yeah, it's very close to working. With like a little bit of a little massaging, I could actually get that to work. Let's see what else we got. Now we know we know these don't work. Oh, you guys can't see anything because our focus is all screwed up. Hold on. Yeah, I think was it Fat that found like an actual Alibaba listing? This one might work out. This might be it. I don't know where. I don't know what that was from. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know what it's all about. It was just there. I have a lot of these little motor heat sinks. I actually designed the RC car circuit board so that I could use these if I really needed to, which I don't. It wasn't you? Okay. Well, somebody found a good list, and somebody did it. And they're gonna pay. Where did this one come from? I don't even know. Maybe it was on the Creality board? Either way, I think this is the only thing that we've got, and it actually happens to work out because it's very shallow, and it's just this little tiny goober. I don't think I'm going to need more heatsink than that. I think that's already well above and beyond what this thing calls for. I'll just put a little piece of thermal tape on this so that it holds it right there, and then... Fuck! Son of a bitch! It don't fit. I'm gonna have to, I guess, file this thing down so that it fits. I mean, I could alter the print to fit it, but I don't really want to do that. I don't want to really have to do that. And the other alternative is just to put a shim on it. Just put a copper shim on it, and that'll provide enough. It's not shallow. It's just misunderstood. I don't believe you. Like, I could just narrow that copper shim down, and that could be the heatsink. It doesn't need to be crazy. I don't need anything fancy on it. None of the heat pipe stuff I have is small enough, otherwise I'd be considering it. But I mean, the alternative is that I put a square in this and just punch it back a little bit. I could even put a hole in the back where this thing is exposed, but it wouldn't really be exposed because this is where I'm attaching it. That's the attachment point. So, grind this thing down. Cut this thing. Nah, cutting that's going to be monstrous. I'm not a monster. I have the heart of a little boy in a jar. All right. Yeah. Do we want to use this one? Yeah, I'm not water cooling it. No, not water cooling it. The cool thing about this technology is that it doesn't need super fancy cooling. We're not really getting away from that here, but I mean, the whole point is that it doesn't need super duper cooling in order to function. It's just unfortunate that we have to do this in order to keep the temperature down a little bit. Cut a little window in the housing of the drill press. I don't want to do that. I mean, I'm already 3D printing an alternative enclosure for this thing right now. I was hoping that would be the last print. I could just print it again and just open that up for that distance. No, I think what I'll do is sand this down a little further and just make it fit. Probably could use the full 2 millimeters on that. Think. Well, the alternative is this plate, because this will do enough cooling. Just because it doesn't need it doesn't mean you can't do it. All right. No, I think I'd rather dump all that heat into a piece of copper. I think that's probably a better plan, to be honest. And this won't be too tall, unlike these. This one is actually, this one is microscopically shorter too. This one might have worked out if I cut off the wings and then I cut it a little short. That could just sit there and just be this giant. I mean, these are not sized correctly. This one is so close though, but I think a piece of copper is all it needs. Let's start with a copper at least. We know we have alternatives, but this I can machine and, you know, do all the fun stuff with. Not machine, but I can at least narrow it down. I deliver the prize, but I still narrow my eyes because my time I don't like to waste. Get down. All right, so let's get the file over here. Let's clean this stuff out of the way so we don't get copper dust on everything. I don't know if I like this. Okay, that was a piece of 8020, or sorry, a piece of maker beam, and then a piece of the copper tube, or the plastic tube falling from there. The maker beam fell nice and clean. The tube rolled down over the vise and then fell. Anyway, I was saying, I don't know if I like the state of all the projects around here. They're like, I'm in this weird limbo of stuff, you know, that I'm trying to get stuff done quickly and actually like clear some projects out of here. But I can't seem to like make a good amount of progress with them. But I think I need to keep struggling like this until stuff goes away, you know? I'm getting frustrated at not being able to get stuff done. It's Blurstay, always Blurstay? What's that all about? Blurry Tuesday? Is that what you're trying to say? You want some of my projects? No, because I can't finish those either. I gotta finish projects, but they keep wheedling on like this, and I hate to have boring streams, you know? You know? Right. So if I can either... I guess I could just chop off the corners, and then it'll fit, because here's... Okay. Bop. Bop. If I could just snap off the corners a little bit on that, then it'll fit. I don't have any time to even make half-finished projects anymore. Yeah, that sucks, man. I mean, you gotta get time for it, right? You gotta dedicate time. It's part of what streaming is for me, although... People used to be under the impression that my channel would explode soon. I'm hoping they're right, but it hasn't happened yet. I think I need to make some changes. Make some YouTube videos. I think that's maybe my best bet. But I would like... Oh god, this is getting... Unfortunately, I don't have thermals to show you guys, but this thing is getting warm. I can feel the heat of machining the copper through the copper. Yeah, you guys watching the show are awesome because you've funded some of these insane things. You guys have enabled me to take that big bite into a project that I want to take. And that's kind of how I like to, philosophically, that's how I like to go about projects, is big and scary to me. Need a hot tub. I don't want those users. Fat and On is thirsty enough for the rest of you. I don't need a bunch of people who watch hot tub streams in here. That'd be really awkward. Between working 4 days a week, uni 2 days a week, and seeing family on the remaining day, barely find time to watch anything or do anything anymore. Well, thank you for watching the stream. I'm glad you found time for that. I watched 2 seconds of one and felt dirty. Ugh. Yeah, that's not my bag of tea. Fuck. Okay, a little bit more. I mean, it would have been funny to make fun of the meta, but the meta's already changed now twice. So, unfortunately, I missed the boat on making fun of it. Thing about the metal parts is I only gotta make one of them. Looks like I need to chop off more of the corner in order to get it. No, that fits flat. Okay. So with that fitting like this, I can now use a piece. You guys can't see. Hold on. You guys can't see. Can't see anything. You know, I think my desk lights are dim. They sometimes sneak a different setting on me. Yeah, get a little bit of, a couple more candles out of that. Okay, so I now have a machine gun. So I got a copper plate. That's going to take up some of the heat and hopefully expose it to air where it can dissipate better than an epoxy shell around a chip. I don't need thermal stuff on the entire back, so I need to cut a piece of thermal tape that's just going to fit that. I'm not going to use anything fancy. I'm just going to use that roll of generic thermal tape that I have. It's like 500 yards of thermal. Actually, you know what? I've got some. I just had it. What did I do with it? Yeah, this stuff. These are from, I mean, these are from like water blocks for graphics cards and stuff. So I don't know if I should really, I don't really know if I should be taking this. Yeah, I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave that alone in case, you know, the planets align and I'm able to actually buy a graphics card, whatever the hell that is, and actually do water cooling. Yeah, nothing became available recently. Okay, so where's my giant? There it is. I bought this stuff, and they gave me a little bit, just a little bit of double-sided thermal tape. Jesus Christ. So this stuff is probably not much more effective than peanut butter, but it'll at least facilitate a little heat transfer and give me a little bit of a spacer. A little bit of a spacer, so maybe I can position that copper plate properly. I mean, should I just like the whole backing? Should I put thermal tape over? But there's like a button back there. Here, this looks like this. Yeah, see, there's like a boot button. I'm not going to do anything with the boot button, but I think the primary offender in the Heat Wars is the STM32. I don't know what the stuff surrounding it is. I don't know which one's the voltage regulator either. They're all different heights too, which is why the thermal tape is going to give me a little spacer on this thing. All right, so I'll just cut out a little tiny piece with the scissors. My scissor. Far too large. Aha, I just eyeballed it and it's pretty correct. Not perfect, but it's close. The hard part about this thermal tape, by the way, is getting the backing off of it. It's always the case with these double-sided tapes. They just don't care. You know, it's like the backing on it has been adhered forever on the one side. And so it's like, it's almost like bonded. If only you had a thermal imaging tool. Yeah, if only I had something that I could view this with. I actually do have a second thermal imager that doesn't have consistent shutter operation, which we could use to observe this thing. But you put the project to bed. What happened? Overheating. Because I put it in an enclosure, it seems to be like pretty mad at me about heat. It seems like it's getting kind of warm. The last thing I want is for that boot button to be, I think there's like a plastic lip around it. It shouldn't short out. But yeah, it's heat inside of the enclosure is a problem. So I am adding a plate of copper to provide just this little bit of backing. Oh, look at that, it's crooked. Ah, damn it. No, it doesn't freeze, but well, you know, it's touching that. It's kind of up against that. I could put a little bend in this. Let's do that. I'm going to put a little bend in it. It does. The STM is in fact getting very hot. It's processing video, so it does a lot. That's my understanding anyway. It doesn't appear to be like localized to like a regulator or anything. Like that. I don't know if that... Yeah, close enough. Hopefully that doesn't stick down too far. Maybe. Maybe. Might do it. Just press that for like a second or two, just to make sure we've got adhesion there. And I gotta carefully check this thing to make sure that nothing's shorted out. I don't think anything should short out. I mean, we're on top of the STM32 plus the width of the tape, and all the chip stuff is lower down. So yeah, I think that'll function. Put it back in the enclosure. We'll staple it all together and see if it works. I've still got the purple enclosure printing, and that one's going to have a proper cutout for... oh wow, that was down to the wire. That's almost in the way. Yeah, that's actually very close to pushing up against it. No, it's seated. Wow, that is just the right distance down there. Holy crap, can't believe I got that. All right, that goes all the way down there like that. Now I got to do these screws, and I'll do them for you guys on camera. Let's move this way. Move this way. I am shocked that I was able to cut that piece of, what do you call it? The piece of heatsink material. A 40 milliliter Guinness glass. What? Okay. Ah, there's like tools in the way. I gotta put all my toys away. So I can actually operate on this stupid thing. All this stuff goes away. You guys think I should do a Valheim stream sometime in the next 2 weeks? Or are we all done with Valheim? Because I'm not. Is this the smaller size? This is actually the largest. That's the wrong size. So these screws are not very magnetic. The best way that I've had to manipulate them is by using tweezers. So I'm going to use tweezers. I want to do long drive, though, if it's going to be solo. If it's going to be me solo Valheim, I'm not really going to do that, unless I can rope my friend into playing again. But I'm not going to do another massive amount of people on Discord. That's not my style. Fuck. God damn it. Did plan it like that? No, I didn't plan this. It just worked. It worked out. I'm hoping this solves the problem, because if this doesn't, I don't know what to do. I mean, I can try the fan if this doesn't work out, but having the open front gave it perfect visuals. Yeah, I mean, tweezers help for holding these little screws, but these are glasses screws. They're the only thing I had that was the right size, and for some reason they're not ferrous. I don't know what they made these out of. Some kind of offshoot of the category metal, but I don't think I'd call them metal. A little bit more angle, carefully. It's that the first one is the really the harbinger for the rest of them. My hand's shaking a little bit. Hey, my thumb muscle's shaking. Hold on. Shaky thumb muscle. I need to put more of my arm down on the table. That shaking means I need to work out more. I need more muscle strength to keep a steady hand. There we go. All the way down. A little tiny bit of pressure. Just from working on cars and stuff, it's like always do opposites. So next one's going to be up here. That's a hard one to get to with the cable there. Necessary evil, this cable. Drop that shit. Go. No, jeweler's screwdrivers, you don't need them. This screwdriver is not small, but it is perfect for this screw because it meets all of the structures of the screw. If I use the smaller screwdriver on this, because I have much smaller screwdrivers and bits and stuff, but if I use anything smaller, it eats away at the Phillips head. These are unfortunately Phillips heads. Should be Torx. I don't know if they make Torx this small. They probably do. Everybody makes everything. Yeah, see, that's nice and tight now. Tight, tight, tight. Next. I'm doing surgery. Ah. Nope. Give me the screw. Yeah, like I keep saying that, it's like counterintuitive. That was a lesson to me, and I hope that I can teach you guys a little bit that sometimes an appropriately sized screwdriver is not the right tool. Well, I mean, technically it's not appropriately sized, but small might be an inappropriate size. So, yeah. Buy an iPhone and you'll have a small weird Torx collection. They use Torx inside of there. That's the best fastener. I mean, I am of that opinion, although I do think it's fact that Torx screws are best screws. All right, so one more of these. Keep it nice and clean. Not having to use glue on this thing kept it nice and clean as well. And then also, you know, spreading my workouts so that I had space to put all the thing. Oh, hold on, I can't even read that name. Somebody followed and I missed it, and I'll thank them. I will thank them. Give me one sec. Just a little bit of pressure on those. I'm not gonna super tighten them. Some bits are just not made well. Yeah. I only have #1 Phillips screwdriver that fits perfectly, and all the cheap bits want to round it off. For a little while, I had one of those aeronautical screwdrivers that had the ridges in the tip there in order to hold the screw in. I loved that thing. It was like my favorite screwdriver. Of course, I lost it. Thank you for following and slamming your hand on the keyboard in order to make your screen name. All right, so that's mounted. Look at him. He's beautiful. And we have just a big piece of copper on it to bleed away the heat and hopefully to not, the proximity to that capacitor gives me the heebie-jeebies, but I think it's okay. Everything is sitting on top of the STM32, which is not the tallest component, but it is taller than all the R's and C's and stuff. So it's a little tight. I would like to have a little bit of space for the heatsink under there. More of a heatsink would be good too. We can machine that. I can whittle down some of the other heatsinks that I have, but for this, I mean, we are just testing it. This is iterative, so I'm going to try piece of copper and see what it does. And then the ultimate thing would be, because I'm pretty much settled. I look up at chat and then I read the first word that I see, and so I'm like, perhaps. No, that's not what I was going to say. Push comes to shove. This is kind of an iterative design, which means I'm printing a lot of these things and throwing out a lot of them. I don't like doing that, but that's part of the design process. The reprint of this adds bolsters on the inside. I could add the taper to this and then cut a hole in the back of this or a thinner section of the back of it in order to fit a heatsink that would almost be exposed to air. And that would potentially help bleed out heat. But I'm not going to do that unless it's absolutely necessary. I think Captain tape might be the same thickness as the, as the thermal stuff. Maybe that would work, yeah. But I think we'll be okay. As long as smoke doesn't come out of this thing. It's really the bare minimum requirement. Yeah, this is actually a complete redux of the design. All I kept from the old design file was the position of the thermal imager and the position of the USB thing. And then I completely redesigned around that. And this time I did square sets of grid on the inside. So I took the one square that I drew and I went out on the inside, extruded it 1 millimeter, and then I took the smaller 1 millimeter offset from that square and I extruded it through that way, did that on the sides, and then I chamfered the hole, or filleted the holes a little bit to kind of give it a softer look. We're vetting out whether or not we're cooling our thermal cam enough. We got a lot of stuff going on. Cam inside. What? What does that mean? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. And you're right. I wonder how far I would have gotten. I mean, I did look down at it and I'm like, why does that look different? It's because there's no lens there. No camera. Yeah, it looks about as good as I can get using Fusion the way I was. The only thing that could make it better was if I was thinking of like putting a hex pattern in the side, like doing cool grip patterns on it. Like if I could take all of this space and like sink hexagons into it to make it look cool. Will the model be made available? Yeah, if you think you're going to use it, let me know. I can host it somewhere. I could even put it on, I think, GitHub if it's small enough. I can do the step file, or I could do the STLs. You guys just need to ask, that's all. You know, everything that we do on this channel is like a one-off prototype kind of deal. So I'm very happy to share these things. Now the files for the USB thing, that was my own custom thing. And then Dzoni 120, thank you for following. The other thing that I used was the Lepton camera model, and that came from FLIR themselves. So if you want to make the FLIR Lepton model, and then the Groupgets board. Groupgets has a model of their board. And so those two gave me the thermal camera, and then I did some just like easy measurements of the USB-C breakout board. And then that's basically what precipitated this whole model. There's nothing that special about the design of this thing. I mean, it's like almost intuition driven build. But yeah, anyway, all right, let's see. I'm gonna plug this sucker in. Let's first get it up on the camera base. I don't know how good this thing is either. That's the problem, is you know, we're testing this. Maybe this doesn't work. The other thermal webcam module worked though, but I had it open in open air, and they had like a bump in the back that had just plastic up against the chip. So I don't know if the little piece of copper is gonna, I think it might actually be the difference. It might be the change that we need. That's crooked, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna let it be crooked today. Plug that in, and I see a white light. Yes, I see it barely, because we blocked the white light with the white LED with the plate. That just needs to like cook. We just need to let this thing run for a little while now. That's paused from the last time. So those are the old thermals without the, that was at full temperature without the thing. So remember that look. And then we'll take these and we'll go properties, and I'll deactivate it and reactivate it. And this is what a cool thermal imager looks like. So this is cool. There's a little bit of banding going on, but not much. Neat design I would be interested in as well. Suck at CAD and have the same Lepton setup. Oh man, what are you doing with it, Jigsaw Man? Because I love this camera. I think it's really cool to see thermal images while soldering and stuff. I have the old one. I have an entire old camera that's like everything about it is jank. The connector for the USB was broken during shipping, and then the camera's been through a little bit of abuse. The camera used to be like $350, but now somebody found it on eBay for $140. And so I bought it off of eBay and got a new camera. That's why I'm stressing working on the housing right now, because I want to make sure that that camera has something around it that's going to protect it. And if I really thought, if we were really crazy about protecting it, it would have been cool to do a germanium window on this housing, so that would be the part that gets damaged. Like if the lens gets scratched, it would be that. But I think it's going to be moderately out of the way now. And if it does fall from where it is, it should hopefully not get damaged. I had one of those t-shirts in the 90s you could make a palm print on. Yeah, what was it? The oil that changes color with heat? all the mood rings. What mood are you in? I'm in green. What is green? Is green a mood? Is mayonnaise an instrument? But I would love to be able to do the optics to make that like a microscope setup. I don't know how well that pinhole goes, but I'd it slowly turned less sensitive and more pink. What, this t-shirt? Yeah. I hope that the tiny air holes in the sides and the piece of copper are going to allow it to cool down enough throughout its operation. This stuff doesn't look very thermally conductive. Yeah, there's a mood ring toilet seat. I've seen that before. Saw it on Reddit. You can put a pretty mighty butt print on it. Actually, that does conduct heat pretty well. Yeah, it's actually that the mood ring toilet seat is not something that you can post on my Discord because it shows a little bit too much detail from somebody sitting on it, and we don't allow that kind of content on my Discord. Let me do a more objective test here. I'm gonna let that cool off. Problem is, it's hard for me to like press it in without, I mean, if I press it down on the desk like that might be a good test. But I'm gonna let it fully cool, so it looks like it did before. Is that allowed in the comments? I don't know if it is. Let me see what they show. All right, it's on YouTube. I would have deleted it if somebody posted it in my Discord, because I have to be careful about that kind of stuff. Yeah, that conducts pretty well. It conducts pretty well. Look at that. For the parts that it is actually sticking onto my thumb, that got up to temperature very quickly. So yeah, that's cool. I didn't know I could do a display like that. So this stuff does work. Question is it going to work for this? Have we seen any difference in the image? I feel like it is getting up to temperature still. Let's take a look in the mirror. Oh my God, I'm hideous. We're only just getting started here. We can't get a very good view of the sides, unfortunately, but we can get a good view straight on, which is showing that my front vents are actually kind of effective to a degree. Is there any heat visible from the top vent? That's kind of a tough one to see because of the offset. Yeah, it's hard to see the side views. If I'm gonna hold up multiple pieces of metal and see if we can get a double reflection going. Oh, we can. This is inordinately heavy. That's looking straight back. There we go. There's the side view, but the metal's not clean enough. I need to find a cleaner spot. I need to find a cleaner piece of metal. Hold on. Maybe a lighter piece of metal, too. All right, let's see. Scrap pile. What do you got for me? Do you have any smooth pieces of metal? What I may use as a mirror. Print's gone okay. Looks like the print's turning out. Yep, most of the stuff that's supposed to be there is there. Still need to get to the part of that print where it does the little posts, but that's a kind of a smooth piece. It's small though. See what we can do with it. See if I can do the double mirror bounce. Double mirror! So we can get a side view of this thing while it's functioning. I'm gonna move this down so I'm not holding stuff up as far. All right, one piece of metal, two pieces of metal. Hard to get any detail because everything's so dirty. Also, the optics are breaking my brain. You guys see any detail on that? Oh, hold on, it's calibrating. There it goes. I mean, if I'm seeing this correctly, I don't know if the piece of copper's toasty or if the yeah, so you got to understand it. It might not be getting that hot. It's more that the scaling of the thermals puts that as about the same thermal emissivity as my hand. A little lower than that. But I can kind of see a plate in there. Let me see if we can get a good angle in the back. Yeah, I think that copper plate's getting kind of warm. I mean, even the Logitech Brio kind of runs pretty toastily, too. Oh, there we go. That looks better. Yeah. I love that this is the thermal camera looking at itself, reflecting heat off of two pieces of aluminum that can barely give it an image. You can kind of see the reflection of the camera itself in this, but... Oh, here we go. I can just get real damn close. It's letting off heat. What's the top one look like, I wonder? Yeah, the top one doesn't really do much. That should be where all the heat is. Ooh, it got bandier on that recalibration. Yeah, top one, barely any heat. Okay, hands are getting tired. Real close, and then use this one. Go to the side. How do you like your haircut? So the front is getting quite toasty. I can kind of see the plate in there, but not really. Well, I can kind of see the plate. But it does look like it's letting out a lot of that heat. I still don't believe we need a fan on this. Hold on. That. Yeah, it's pretty toasty in there. I mean, so far, so good. Thermistor, what, so I can measure it? I mean, the alternative is doing the cut in the back, where I can have the heatsink sitting out a little bit. Even though it won't be exposed to air, I'll still be able to use the larger heatsink. The other one is a larger heatsink, so using that larger aluminum one, this guy, and making that fit into the thing so that there's just more thermal stuff. And then the absolute last resort is fan, which I really don't think it needs. I really don't think it needs a fan. This copper plate might actually do just fine. I mean, it seems to be doing all right so far. We've gotten a little bit, there's some symptoms of there being a little bit of excess heat on the thing. But this image is just about as clear as when it started. It was a little bit more clear before when it was still cool. Yeah, putting an enclosure around this thing has been kind of a weird thing because it's been screwing up for quite a while. It's been doing, you know, getting, oh damn it, look at it. It just got back to overheated image. Is it going to recover from that? Probably not. If I run it without the front cover, it will be perfectly fine. It'll dissipate all of its heat. Can I feel any warmth coming from this thing? No. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can feel a tiny bit of warmth. But yeah, it went back to these... What I'm looking at is I'm seeing these weird little like pixels in the image that aren't very clear. The image is corrupted. And you can see that that corruption is sustained no matter what it's showing. Heat in the module, I guess. Yeah, so we're gonna have to come up with something for that. What is? Oh, that's the heatsink, the power brick for the lights. I have vent holes on literally every other surface. It might stand to reason that it does need to vent from the back, but I think I'm gonna give a larger heatsink a chance on this. How thin can I make the front plate? Yeah, I don't know. It's already got 2 vent holes in it. I mean, the thing is covered in vents. Is it actually cooling down a little bit? I don't know. So, if I were to use this, that or this would be too much altering. This one is small, but it is thicker material. Yeah, I know heat does rise, but this thing is angled like that. So the top of the container's over here. You were talking about, yeah, holes in the back, but I was thinking that it would just go up and out. I said I'd boot up Fusion 360 this stream, so I guess we'll do that. Fussroda. Autodesk Fuss. Do. Booting up the CAD software. What the hell is this thing, by the way? There's some crazy crap that they decided to... anyway. Whenever you're ready. GTX 970 and whatever it's called. What did I put in this stupid thing? Oh, I got the product ID right here. Yeah, good thing I'm not showing that. What is our hardware? I forget. On some scientific cameras where they said they need to measure very, very low signals, the pixel offsets caused issues. They map the pixels first, remove the offset. Generally, this is done in an FPGA. Since you're dealing with so few pixels, perhaps, something to think about. Yeah, I mean, is the STM32 really where all the heat's coming from? And I don't think we have a good way of identifying that. I don't have a second hookup where I can hook up that second camera and figure out where all the heat's coming from. I mean, that's just like, you know. Yeah, I think I used to have Inventor. It had some weird ass thing as its startup. Housing 4, it happened again. I forget what processor I have on this thing. Oh, i5 7600K. There we go. Shouldn't be slow, but oh well. Okay, so here's the housing. The the addition was these little bars here. I didn't even do it properly. I didn't even run it all the way to the end. I don't really care. It should be fine. I could taper the top of this thing a little bit to allow the wiring in, but generally, like, I mean, I'm like done with this. Like, I don't want to do more alterations to this design. The thought was, like, where's all the heat coming from? How do I get rid of it? What is the height of everything? Everything should be below the STM, especially given that it'll have a little thermal stuff on it. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Turn that into a little cone, but I don't think that's going to help anybody. If I give this thing more room, it means it can pop out of the connector there. And I've already got holes all over it. It should, by all means, any heat convection going on in that thing should find its way out. I know those holes aren't too terribly generous, but they're enough that air should be getting through them. I don't want to have to deal with, like, dust and delta fans and shit like that. I mean, I could try to get this thing in there. Maybe drill holes in it and make it like a large piece that goes in. I don't have a test set up for this to, like, size it up while the thermals are still functioning. Still doing a heat test on the others. But yeah, do something where I can, like, fit a heatsink in here and, like, make it to the right size. I'm not sure if any of these are, well, are these identified? Hold on, PT Mini, Pure Thermal Mini. No, we've just got R's and S and et ceteras. R21, C14, Y. Oops. See, I'm wondering what that is. It's just like a shape. It's just a size guide. Okay, they didn't identify anything in there. It would have been nice to know where the heat was. Make it taller, make the standoffs taller to let the airflow behind it better. Yeah, I guess that's something that I could do. If I move this up by... Let's see how it blows up my drawing. So if I do 1 millimeter, if I give it 1 more millimeter, so let's roll back to here. And then I'm going to take all of this stuff, move it, and I'm going to do that. Not point to point. Oh, it's going to have me select it. I hope I select all the right stuff. Can I just select it here? Oh, bodies. Components, U and U. And then it gives me that, which is not aligned to a weird thing. All right. See, this design was the one for the USB mini version of this, which has a USB plug on the bottom. I got a different version that has holes on it. It's actually a little bit longer, which is why leaving... you know, spacing it out was kind of helpful. So anyway, let's, what distance is this one? Whichever it is, we're moving, let's do 1.5 millimeters up. The measurement is weird. The height is weird. It's just because the height of this board is weird. But that's going to move it up a little bit more. And now we've got just absolute miles and miles of space behind this thing. And because of the timeline, should be able to go all the way back to the end and have the exact same enclosure with the... Okay, nothing happened. Control Z. Can I... If I lock the position in, that's not going to delete the rest of the history. I should be able to roll it back forward and everything will be the same. Except, yeah, the distances will be slightly different. Which should work perfectly fine in the design. It's just now I'm going to have room for that heatsink. I just need to make sure it didn't blow anything else up. It looks like it didn't. I don't know if I should move it down a little bit. Yeah, that extra little space, I don't even know if it'll come through on the print. Or if it'll even be necessary. But I wanted a 0.2 standoff from the front of the lens. I can even move it forward more than that. I can just play within this space. But yeah, that I guess that works. How high are the current standoffs? Man, I don't know. Man, I don't know. Why you gotta judge me like that? I can give you the area if you want to calculate back. Inspects from here to here. 5.681. It's always a weird number. It's always a weird number. So yeah, if I did it this way, then I could plop a heatsink. Ah! Camera just hit me. Get out of my face. I could probably plop this thing under it. If I get rid of the wings and make it fit within the standoffs, I could plop this thing under it and get a larger heatsink. I don't know to what end, but... and then absolute last resort, last resort is to call call a supernatural clown to come over to my house. No, is to last resort is to put a fan on it. I don't want to put a fan on it though. I don't want to have active airflow in this thing. I don't want to have to do that. I don't have to have active airflow when this thing is open to air. And we made it as open to air as I could find acceptable. I mean, look at how open to air that is. What else do you want from me? It's never stopped working due to heat. It's just the visuals are compromised very quickly. The visuals are compromised, and I don't want that. I don't know if maybe there's a temperature sensing thing, I think, in the front. No, there isn't. Or no, there is. There's this right here. I think that's a thermal diode. Or no, those are the contacts. There's another component that sits on top of the unit that's like a diode. That is... Oh no, those are the contacts. This is the diode. Oops. Get out of the way. This is like a thermal sensing unit. I wonder if that's maybe where our problems are. If like the integrity of the visuals drops when this thing gets exposed a little too much. Just a theory though. Just a theory. Well, now that cable is going to be stressed out. So I think what I can do, hopefully without blowing up the drawing. We're at the very end of the history right now. We're going to add a chamfer here, here, and here. Not there. Let's see what it does. Oh God! It totally destroys everything. Control Z. And hopefully don't Control Z whatever else we did. Is that still? Yeah, that's still good. Okay. Maybe I could just hit this thing with it. Yeah, that's much better actually. That'll allow the cable to kind of droop down. I mean, do I do it more extreme? Yeah. Nah, I think I need to leave it a little just like that. That'll let my cables run the right path. Actually, all the side bolstering is not entirely useful here, but getting rid of it also doesn't gain me anything, so I just made it a big solid shape at the top. As long as there's stuff surrounding it, I guess the cable won't wobble too badly. Well, I have no idea what the power consumption of this thing is. Let's see if we can find it. No. Groupgets Pure Thermal 2. Huh, what are these? Pure Thermal 2, I don't think is the right one. It's Pure Thermal Mini. Yeah. Groupgets Pure Thermal Mini. There he is. Yeah, this thing is absolutely minuscule. If a fan was needed, would USB also power it, or would a supply be needed? I think it's 3 volts, so I don't think I can run it from that. Watt. Not on the page. A. MP. No. USB, UVC, blah, 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 9 hertz color. 2 ARM microprocessor, execute onboard image processing without the need for an external system. I need to get into programming this thing because I think we could get better, you know, better control over it if I can take control, right? Sorry, I'm leaning down in order to read. That's why I'm in a weird position right now. Works with Get Thermal, our custom Mac and Linux software. 4 mounting holes. Board. Step file, datasheet, FLIR Lepton, Android app. Oh, there's an Android app? I should get that because I could travel with this thing now. Get Thermal x86, developer branch, user app for Windows. I think we tried that and it wasn't very good. I know, Dewey, I know. Dewey's holding, Dewey can't say anything nice, so he's... Software, IDE, any environment that works with STM32. All internal, any customer, end use, blah, blah, blah. Customers in Russia. Due to recent US regulations, we're no longer able to ship FLIR thermal camera cores to these countries and territories. Yikes. You can only ship this product with Lepton to North America, Australia, and the European Union countries. They don't really list power consumption anywhere on this. Control F. Cooling. Conspicuously absent from the web page is anything to do with cooling. I wonder why. Could it be that maybe the thing has some issues when it's in an enclosure of maintaining a non-gritty image when it is not properly cooled? How annoying. Well, I mean, with the larger heatsink, maybe we'll get away with it. What kills me is that the print that I'm doing right now is almost done, but we need this one now. I need to spin these files off from Fusion 360, the top and the bottom, and then we can create our own print with hookers and blackjack. We'll be able to then print this with the little modifications in it, and hopefully it'll be able to carry heat around a little bit better. I could fix this right here, this little gap, but I really can't be bothered. That's not going to be that structural of an issue. It's just a matter of going back to the drawing and extending this out, which is not going to be done very cleanly, because if I try to extend it, it's using the front of this thing as its stopper. I didn't think about this. And then this was chamfered in a separate operation. So I don't really feel like, correcting it. God, no, it's not. Why would you think that it's using the maximum of USB-C? No. It doesn't even, not even, look, it's got a USB mini on it. Or whatever, micro, or the post hole issue. I don't have any hole issues. You're a hole issue. Yeah, the post holes are the exact same size. I just changed the screwdriver that I was using, and it turned out perfect. So the only issue was the other screwdriver, and I guess those holes might have been messed up a little bit, but I did them the exact same, and they turned out much better on the more recent print. So yeah, I don't know what that problem would have been. Would have been. Could the proximity of the wires be? But the wires aren't getting hot. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be less than an amp. Let's try to find that out. Let's try to find out that number. I would like to know. And the Get Thermal is not the... Do we have a good, specifications? I mean, we got the datasheet for the actual module itself. Pure Thermal mini data sheet. Wait a minute. Yeah, here's this, hopefully hackable thermal webcam module. I wonder what it's like to hack. If only somebody like in my chat would have tried to do that. Like if they, maybe if they were on the east, or sort of the, if their name was like Dewey or something like that. Yeah, that would be cool. UVC, blah, 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 Lepton cores, thermal imaging, motion sensing. That's an expensive motion sensor. Micro USB 5.5. I don't. The inline USB things, I've always been this close to getting one, and then I decide not to. Rojas, yes, okay. STM32F12. That's a pretty that's a beastly chip for this thing, man. Image processing is no joke. Power characteristics, man, look at all this stuff. With Lepton. 63 something. I don't, what? Units? No. Is it milliamps? Why would no Lepton even be part of this table? This is a terrible table. Where'd you find 230? Is that, but that says Shutter. Shutter says 230. Is it peak with the Shutter and the Lepton? Because that's not really clear from this. Because look, Pure Thermal 2 is over there. Mini and Pro. 63 max. With the Lepton. Yeah, so like 300... Yeah, 300 milliamps. I guess. I don't. A third of an amp. A third of an amp is certainly doing a good job as a personal heater. Yeah, this is really nonsensical. This is not laid out in any sort of a useful way. I don't know what all this crap is here that they're giving us our like lab results instead of giving us like a functional table with units on it. I have to assume 300 milliamps as like a peak thing that happens every now and then. Is there any consideration of cooling? Do they mention it at all? What is this for? Oh, bootloader mode, okay. Plugged into micro USB power, blah, 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 yep. We know that. We know that. Successfully enter DFU indicators. Yeah, there's no mention of heat mitigation from this thing. Where to give power as amps? Yeah. Well, I think it's milliamps. Usually you'd have watts, but I guess they just decided to put a bunch of table data out and let you fight over the details. So yeah, we're still having heat issues with this. We're still having heat issues. This should be a smooth image without all these little puck marks all over it. And the pixelation appears to go away until you start moving it around and you see that there are bands of heat. Or bands of like fizz. I wonder... I don't think the camera's imparting heat on it. If I tilt this straight down, is it going to have a detrimental effect to the heat dissipation? I'm going to look at my thermal dick. See if that gets nice and toasty. Looks like the sensor's broken. What do you mean? It's a little gritty. We added a piece of copper to it, which allowed it to, dissipate heat a little bit. But we're still, it was worse before. It looked way worse before. So we've kind of like kicked the can up the road a little bit on this. I think maybe putting more of a heatsink on it, something a lot larger that I have to cut. I have to cut in multiple places in order to get this thing to fit. I gotta get rid of the wings on this, and then I think maybe I need to cut it like straight down the middle, and I think that'll give me much more heat dissipation. The last resort is, of course, to do what do you call it? To do a fan. I really don't want to do that though, because that introduces like a dust pathway and everything. Dude, I can't use this thing. I've been looking for a place to use this weird heatsink for a long time. I had it on a Raspberry Pi for a little while, but it's just a weird one. I'm not gonna, no. I always want to go with water. You guys are always ready to hit the water button. We don't need the water button. I wonder if a thinner material would work too. Like if I can cut this at the absolute maximum size. Cutting this is not an easy task, but then that would go right up against the thing, and it would provide more airflow. I don't know. I don't know. All this stuff is just kind of weird. Like a chunk of metal that's the right size should probably do just fine cooling it. It shouldn't need that much cooling, but apparently it's showing evidence that it does. It needs a little bit more. Let's take a look at it right now, because it seems to be we're up to maximum temp. Ow! The scratch, that didn't actually hurt. I just said ow instinctively. Here, why don't we fix the camera in position, fix our reflector, which is, jeez, I could wipe it off. Could use a wipe. Smart I/O module. What's the Smart I/O module? All right, let's see. Side view. We can get really, really close. Well, it might look toasty, but it's not actually. It just looks like it. It just looks like it. It's not actually that toasty. It is toasty enough to be affecting its own visuals. And actually, if you'll notice, the banding has kind of gone away. Huh. So we're taking a look through the vent hole on the side, and I think I can see the copper layer up here. Yeah, right there. Looking up, looking straight in. So the camera lens is going to be here. Oh no, the copper is, I think, back here. Oh, it's hard to get. The orientation is kind of weird on this. So back up a little bit. Oh, it's calibrating. Oh God, it got much worse. Hard to see from below. Unless we do weird angles. We're gonna have to do weird angles. Yeah, the lens is quite toasty, isn't it? Hello there. I'm not certain. I don't know if there are firmware updates. Probably are. That's not actually helping me see this. There it is. Okay. That's upside down. It's a little dirty. It's a little dirty. Little hoggy. So what am I seeing here? Trying to get like a view of the inside and see where all that heat's coming from. It might actually be coming from a like a voltage regulator. I don't. So the calibrate, it already has calibration, but I mean, I know you're talking about something else that it could possibly do to like get rid of this, but this is like heat coming in. If I'm looking at it right, Pure Thermal says 1.3, released February of 2020. This module I got before that. So, I mean, it's by all means, it is possible that I would have to update the firmware on it. I really don't think that's it, though, because it functions just fine. You know, when without the front cover on, this thing functions just fine. And here, let's just prove that. Let's just prove that out. I'll just prove that out to you guys. Remove the front cover. Of course, doing this is a little risky. I got to be careful of not having the camera drop. You know, maybe I need to find a different grading material. The problem is this grading material is like wonderful to work with. It was really easy to work with. I could just like remove the grading from the whole thing and just keep it as like an open frame. Part of the point of this thing, of course, is to keep the camera from dropping out. Because all it takes is one little bump from the side, just a little bit of mechanical force to sort of partially unseat the camera, and the whole thing will drop. And it'll drop from wherever I put that arm. I actually do have a fan on me right now, too, so there's plenty of airflow surrounding this thing. So I'm going to plug this back in like this. It's a 3.5. Well, what do you mean by why iron? Iron in the cam module. Yeah, so now we get nice smooth imagery. And it'll probably stay like this, although we do have the banding is still a thing. It's just going to be, it's always going to be like that. But all this hardware has only had like a minute to cool down. Yeah, this one I got cheaper than that. But yeah, $199. Yep. And now we wait. I mean, you see how high quality the images are right now compared to what we had before. Of course, it is going to calibrate itself a couple times. If it ends up looking like the other images, then maybe it is a firmware thing. Yeah, there's a lot less dirt on the image. They're like pixelation and stuff like that that's caused from, I don't know what, latent heat? Maybe the proximity of the warm plastic to everything else. Nice, OctoJ, getting the second jab booked. July 3rd, just in time to say happy birthday to America. Well, actually, 2 weeks after that, so never mind. You'll be all fucked up for America's birthday. Birthday. Is it so? Yeah. Do you think we should be chasing down the proximity of the front plastic to the sensor itself? Maybe I need to bust this out a little bit because they did give a guide for the visual area, but I wonder if it's a factor of this plate heating up and then that causing the odd visuals. And I could give it an air gap, but the whole point, we did have it, the way I had it designed before was it had an air gap, right? And with that air gap, there was just like a cone that went down to the sensor. But with that air gap, the camera lens, like let's say this is the cone right here. That's the cone. It would become unseated and go like this. It'd just be like bonk. And then that would disconnect some of the pins, cause issues. Yeah, still clear. That's why I asked if it could be thinner. Yeah, maybe so. Right. I don't want the front plate to be all mesh though. I added 2 windows to it to try to give it a little bit of a little heat dissipation there. I need to have a plate up against that camera because otherwise it's going to go and unplug itself. Heat insulating foam? You overestimate my ability to manufacture things. I 3D print something and then I cut stuff out with a scalpel. That's as good as I get. And I don't want mesh to be the thing that's holding in the camera. Well, that might be a better idea. No. We can get a moire effect, though. Woo! Moire! Moire, please stop. What are you doing? I'm stuck. Why can we see these holes? What is happening here? Dun dun dun. Anyway, cool optical effects. So this is not degrading as the unit heats up. It does seem to be getting a little bit more scungy though. The scunge is real. It does seem to be scunging up a little bit. I know, make the enclosure out of metal, and then I can just dump the heat to the outer layers. Believe me, I've been there, man. I was thinking of making the back plate aluminum, because that I could possibly do that shape in aluminum, and then the back plate I could just dump all the heat out to it. There he is. Huh, it's pretty out of focus. We were getting like clear images of it before. There he is. Ah, my finger cramped. Hold on. Finger cramp. Fucking ow. Okay. It looks like our plate is taking up some of the heat. Yeah, I just don't know if I want to involve CNCs in this whole thing. What's going on the bottom? I can't believe I'm double bouncing the image of this thing in order to get a good thermal picture. Yeah, all I see is just like an amorphous blob of heat. You know, the fan really might be the only way to make this work. Especially if I'm going to use the grating, because the holes in this thing are so small. Yeah, this looks like hot lava, because everything's got to be scaled. But if I use this stuff with a fan, I don't want to lose these pieces because they're cut very carefully. Put that tiny little fan on it. The tiny little fan I think is 3v3. And I don't think I have an access point for 3v3. I don't want to get a regulator involved. I guess I could just put a resistor on it. It's a fan. It'll deal. My compressed air would separate the camera from the device. There is airflow here. There's airflow going through this area because I've got a fan on me. What, flatten the whole front and just make this into a piece of metal with a hole cut in the middle? Yeah, I mean, I could do that. I could do that with the back too, which is where, you know, you can see a lot of the heat is coming from that STM32. But the tiny little fan, I don't know when they'll get here, or if no, they're not here right now. You know, eventually DigiKey's going to get me that, and I could explore that. I would like to try the larger heatsink because we moved the camera forward in the design, in the CAD design. It just sucks that like all this effort into it, and it just the cover itself is holding in so much heat. We gave it every advantage, right? We gave it space and we gave it a piece of metal. But I think a more proper heatsink, a little bit more material, will give this space to kind of like cool off within the air that it's got circulating inside of the enclosure. My only worry is that the unit itself is producing heat, and that's coming through to the front and heating up that front plate, and that's what's giving us kind of a weird image. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing to make the STM heat up like that, but man, that thing is an angry little chip. What are they doing to it? Poor STM. That 3D print is like very nearly done. Let me check on it. Not by looking at it. No. Octoprint. Oops, that's the wrong. It's always going to take me to log in. What did I choose? I think it was like... No. No. I don't remember what it was. I'll use it from the other computer then. Man, I know I set that to be like really stupidly simple. I might have used Oh Bother as the username on it. I hope that doesn't mean that all other accounts get booted. 89%. It's got 20 minutes left. So hopefully we can get this thing together. I'll at least build the purple one. We'll take a look at what it actually is. But we know it's going to overheat, which is really obnoxious. I think maybe this grating paneling is good for active airflow, not so much passive. I don't know what other grating I can use in order to encourage air to flow across it and yet not block airflow. Sorry, not allow people to you know, stick their gross fingers inside of this thing. So if I'm going to have extra distance, I have my choice of either this one or this one. This one is actually a little bit taller, but it might not bleed heat away as much as a big plate heatsink. 12-hour print for a spot welder, that's pretty cool. Yeah, once with the way that I print stuff, once I get over that first layer on the bed itself, everything is just completely smooth from there out. Unless I get that layer shift, which we still haven't found. How'd I decide on the overall size? I did a center square, and I dragged it out until it was large enough that I could have 2mm sidewalls, and then I took it to even numbers. That's it. That's the only way I determined the size. I didn't have any other restrictions. It just needed to be small enough to fit on the camera setup, which is much larger than the PT Mini. I wonder if the other pure thermal modules run cooler. I remember in the STL files that they had of the other modules, it had like a lump on the back of the enclosure that like got near the STM32, and I think that was in case like you wanted to make it out of metal. You could dump all the excess heat to the outer layer. I don't know if this thing would be so happy to dumpy its heat out like that, though. Man, how annoyed am I today? Everything is like the same projects running into the same problems on a different day. Thursday, we'll look at my computer, and I think I have all the stuff I need to proceed with that. My gaming computer and the power supply. We need to dust it out. This is probably covered in dust. Ugh. And then I want to mount the heatsink in there. And that's Thursday. I feel like I should do it on Wednesday. But Thursday, I think I'm going to start early and then go late. Because I got to finish that computer thing. I'm going to have to like go get Taco Bell ahead of time. Then I'll be tooting the whole time. I'll be farting the whole time. You guys would love that, I'm sure. But yeah, I think what I want to do is start early on Thursday and finish what we're working on Thursday. That might mean that I have to hook up that resistor bank so that I can utilize the full brunt of that power supply, which is the scariest fucking thing in the world. Having that power supply run like full tilt, The way I did it before was actually by using halogen bulbs on it. I mean, I could always do like some kind of a 3D mark on it, I guess, but I need to plug it into the other desk, which is tough. Can you enlarge the overall size by 1 or 2 millimeters on all sides? I think I'm kind of pushing it with the size that it is right now. I mean, it's already got like miles of room around it, but if, here, let me put 2 screws in this. Let me put 2 screws in it so it holds together so it doesn't explode as soon as I attach it to the front. But yeah, that's going to be a stressful day because I want to finish working on my computer by then because I've got a LAN thing at a friend's house this weekend. You know, before his kids get too old and all his time is dedicated to being a dad. Hey, hey. So this is the size of the thing on the camera. And I think if it gets any larger, it's going to be visible on the camera. Like, as in the camera's going to see it in the way. Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2. Terry Tate, thank you for following. Camera 1. Camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2. Anyway, yeah, so, I mean, it's getting up there in size. Like, the indicator LED is right here. The funny thing about the Brio is they want it to be like your end-all be-all of webcams. Like, I'm going to spend $500 on a webcam. Brr! And so they have stereo sound in it. And I guess that's what pushed the width out so much on this thing. So there are some hidden, like, lenses and stuff. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They really should have done a laser focus on this thing. I have laser focus on my phone, and it's brilliant. If they had a laser focus on this camera, I wouldn't have to turn off the focus and use my Stream Deck to do that. But for the amount of money you spend on this freaking webcam, like, holy shit. Your stream is so delayed you only just heard the fart? Oh, man. No, I don't want to do that. No, it's so I've got the ball mount here, which is kind of important to how I operate things. And then mounting it like slung under this camera, I don't like that. The Brio is small enough that it gets out of the way when I'm like doing stuff, so I can actually put you guys above my sight line, and then I can look from below the camera at what I'm working on. If it's Windows Hello compatible, then it has IR sensors? I don't know. I don't know. Windows Hello, what is that? Is it like a remote thing for using your computer with a TV remote? I thought, wouldn't that just be like reading the infrared pulses and not like a, because I'm talking about an actual like laser module that determines focus. Oh, Windows login with face? No, that's not what this camera has. This camera has all kinds of fun stuff, but I don't think it has anything in regards to infrared or distance sensing. Because if you put this on autofocus, it does the same ADHD thing where it wonders if it actually should be looking at these lines or anything else in its view area. These cameras love to freak out when you use them the way that I do, which is to do, I mean, this is a perfectly valid use of a webcam right now, right? This is a typical webcam. But what I'm doing is I'm moving this thing around and I'm trying to like get shots of stuff. If there were like the center of the camera or area around it had an actual laser bounce to give me a distance, then it could lock into focus immediately and I wouldn't have to worry about doing macro stuff like this. But when I look at these screws over here, I have to actually use my arm focus button and hit the plus button until I see it nice and crisp. That's all through the magic of buttons. But yeah, if I leave it to do its own autofocus, it freaks out. Brio has Windows Hello support. Huh. Well, I don't know what that means for the operation of the webcam, because I've looked at all the Logitech software and it doesn't have that option of like having better autofocus. I'm talking about something specific, like my phone has this. You can see right there, that little blue dot is an actual laser. What focuses on stuff in the view of the, now it looks out of focus, but it's not. Like, and I probably can use my phone as a webcam, but like, I can just tell it to look at stuff and it'll focus on it perfectly. It's really, really convenient. Like, we can come all the way down here and, oh, look, it's already in focus. I want that, but on a webcam. You know? Like, if I can go here and I'm in perfect focus, and then I can come all the way out here, and then it just takes like a second. Or if I want to show something to you guys, look at that. Immediately in focus. Back into focus. Look at how great that, look at how smooth and just operable. Now it can't, oh, yes it can. Immediately, and it's just locked in. I mean, I could do a manually controlled lens, but the buttons are fine. And by the way, I don't have the budget for all these kinds of toys. I don't have that kind of budget. This camera was gifted to the stream, and the Brio, it's a very nice camera. It goes all the way up to 4K, as if I needed that for Twitch. But having manual focus buttons is what I used to do. I used to have the camera properties open in a window and a slider bar that went back and forth. And the other part is, for a little while, I was thinking of making an actual physical slider in order to do focus, but having the buttons on the Brio that just do a little bit of in and out of focus, really, really helpful. Because I can do the macro, it just takes a couple extra clicks. I would rather have that laser though, because man, but I just don't. There are probably a couple webcams that do that. I just can't find them. All right, let's check in on the thermal. Oh, they're not even plugged in. That's right. We don't need to check on them. We know that they work when the thing is open and they get overheated when it's not. Does the front-facing camera have that too? No, that's because I showed you. I showed you. Right next to the flash, there's the distance sensing module right there. On the front, it's just a camera. It just does regular focus. Yeah, if the latency was a little better, I could strap this thing to. It's a little bit much. This is like, look at how small that is. This would be a really good webcam. I wish I could find that. Dag. 356. Thank you for following. We're in kind of like a thumb twiddling right now until this 3D print finishes, and I can show you guys that. But yeah, let me get. So for Thursday, let me get my dummy power supply over here. RIP HTC. What, did something happen to them, or do they suck now or something? What's up with HTC? I haven't. It's been what, since 2016 when I got that phone? I haven't checked in on what phones are doing these days. I don't know what the phones are doing these days. These kids with their phones. My thumbs. What about? Wait, what? What? Web. Okay. Step 2. You got to get ready for a marathon on Thursday. Thursday, I'm going to be working on the computer power supply, which is a little bit more involved than I would like. But here is the current dummy power supply. And this thing has been prepped to size out water cooling stuff. That's this. HTC went completely VR. Huh. I thought they were still copying iPhones. So this is the dummy supply, and the only reason that I have this is because in the process of making the power supply, I ruined several of these modules that were more than $100 each. I had a job. I had a real job then. So it's not all that disappointing, but I'm still disappointed myself. But so anyway, I used it as a size guide in order to, oh, that's getting real gross. I'll need to clean that off at some point. To size up a copper plate that then will have a water block on top of it. So this thing will just make a shit ton of heat, and then we'll put it over into the water. That's for my upgraded gaming computer that I put all this effort into right before we all learned that graphics cards are in fact fake news. Graphics cards don't actually exist, everybody. Did you know that? I guess China did a crackdown on coin mining, and so the market's going to get slightly saturated with them, so prices will only be up like 1,000% or something. But anyway, before I found out that graphics cards don't actually exist in this world, I was putting this thing together in order to make it water cooled using EKWB stuff. This would have been really cool to, you know, get functioning and have, I mean, the whole computer is going to be so heavy. I think I need to make it out of 2020 rail so that it's strong. So it'll be the 20mm version of that rail, which means a lot of excess space, but I could put LEDs in there and stuff. I could have fun with that. I was hoping to get to that. I have a Fusion 360 model of nearly the entire computer, and it was pretty painstaking to put together just to try to figure out where I'm going to run all of the tubes and stuff. I needed to be able to travel. That's why. Oh, print is done. I got to let it cool off for a little. So the second part of this is I got to fish this out of a bin that's way deep down in here. Deep lore. My deep lore bin, as well as this. All right, so what we got here is the replacement heatsink for that power supply. Oh, it's disgusting. And a dummy load. So the thought is we could potentially put together, and man, do I not want to blow up my power supply. But part of this is going to be testing it under extreme conditions. Now, it's actually funny. We were working on this so long ago. I think so long ago that the Djibouti boys were around and like checking out my stream. This has gotten really oxidized and it's pretty dirty. We'll probably clean that up. But what this does, this will hold on to all the modules differently. It'll hold on to them. I have replacement standoffs that look better. The good modules, the ones that are currently running my computer. And then here, hopefully this matches the dimensions of my current gaming computer. So I can drop this sucker in, and then we can just haphazardly put a couple Noctuas on it. And that'll do two things. One, there will be more dense fins. The fins are longer and denser and more organized. It's cleaner looking. And it'll allow for more air to run over this thing with less noise. So that's the goal on Thursday, is to somehow deploy this. This is kind of like, I didn't expect to be doing this, but I wasn't even supposed to be here today. I think this is the material that I used for the previous heatsink. So it's thinner. I think this is the same stuff. It's thinner. There's maybe a bit more metal on it, but it's yeah. And then I taped all of these. So what is the, how many watts is this thing? 6 ohm? 10? Resistors in parallel. So it would be the square root of, but we'll wait for that. 1/6 plus 1/6. I'm gonna do a parallel resistor. I don't feel like doing that math. Parallel resistor calculator. Might as well do this because I don't feel like, yeah, 0.6, is that the effect? I don't know. I'm just gonna put it in here. Number of resistors, 10. 6, 6, 6. Number of the beast, 6, 6, 6. This is really labor intensive, actually. I probably could have just calculated this or done it in my head by now. I don't know. If you ever try to do math on stream, it's ridiculous. Yeah, 0.6. So we got 0.6 ohms. So, oh god, V is equal to IR. So if we have 12 volts, oh yeah, I closed it. Calculator. We got 12 volts over 0.6, 20 amps. Each of the modules of this power supply can provide 12 volts at, I believe, 25 amps peak. So I got 52 amps going through this thing. So we're testing this at a fairly low wattage compared to what it can actually output. That'll be enough to generate some heat and just to see if whatever I've programmed into the ATtiny85 can still operate the thing properly. I don't really want to go about reprogramming it, but yeah. They sell those resistors as brake eliminators for Power Wheels. How do they eliminate the brakes? Why so many resistors? Because we're spreading out all the current, and I'm trying to make a... This is my dummy load. Because I can't find a big high wattage resistor. I'm not photonic induction. I'm not starting fires over here. I don't have a brick to put this on while I turn it into molten metal. I need something that can dissipate the heat out, and I happened to buy 2 heat sinks to see which one would be better. And so I ended up with using this one and machining it, painstakingly machining it so that it would accept all of the laptop screws. But then this thing right here, these are Amazon special. It's just whatever I could find. I think these are typically used to eliminate light sensors when you upgrade to LEDs. Which actually I could probably put them on my car. Anyway, these put a high wattage load on there so that when your car goes to test to see whether or not there's an incandescent bulb there, it will look like an incandescent bulb at first, and then the LED will power up, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, they were cheap. And so I bust them all together. We're gonna have to put connectors on this thing, large wires. Once we figure out all the mechanicals of getting this thing into my old computer case, and then we'll make a connector that will go to the 2 or more fans that I'm going to use in order to, cool off this beast. And then when the thing goes into, holy shit, everything is too hot mode, it will at least have big fans running a lot of air on it. I don't know if we're probably not going to be able to fit whatever it is inside of the computer. It's probably going to be like a little air gap, and then there will be the fans, or maybe I can sink the fans in a little bit. But the outer edges of the case are such that I don't know if I can fit that. And then also the power plug is like right here. That's going to be fairly difficult. So we've got our challenges ahead of us on Thursday. I have to make it work, and I have to not blow up my computer in the process. Let me go get the print, and we'll take a look at it. I just want to see what the purple looks like. Power Wheels use motor braking. Eliminating it saves on the gears and neck snapping. What, like the kids' neck snapping? I would think brakes would be instrumental in not snapping the kids' necks. What, it's like just the mechanicals just don't like agree with that? All right, purple. Now I actually printed 4 of those, but these are the 2 that turned out well. So let's move in a little closer. Now I got all this stuff in the way. Move us in a little closer, and I'll grab the parts from this thing. Yeah, so what they do is they short the motor, and then it's eddy current braking. And so putting a resistor in there lowers the effectiveness of it. It bleeds off some of the current that the motor's inducing in itself. So you could lower the amount of braking that it does, and that's much more kind on the cheap toy in the mechanicals. Yeah, you want to brake softly and not abruptly. So if you're putting full eddy current back into the toy, then your kids are, gonna have neck problems. I'm sure people have gone insane and done like regenerative braking. By the way, this is what I'm talking about with the module. Ready? That pops it out, and then it just lifts out from there. There's like, I can't communicate to you, chat, how annoying that is when you've got it exposed on the front of a camera that you're moving all around, and you end up bumping quite often. It's dangerous. I'm going to keep the copper plate on this. We're just going to transfer the internals over to purple over there, just to see what it looks like. One thing that I love is that I'm always ready to print out something that's orange and purple. Yeah, V-danger. No good. It's no good. Unsafe. It means that a $200 thermal module is going to drop. Yeah, always be ready to print something in purple and orange. That's my advice to you. I love the mods people do with power wheels. Those are so cool. I gotta be careful about this one. I don't want its lens to get scratched. It's not a good container for it. I'll have to move it containers. Or I could put it in one of these old ones. Just to make sure that I don't throw it out. Because I gapped everything properly, this actually comes out of here without too much... I don't know if I need to use my special removal tool on it. Alright. Now... This one does not have the extra distance, so I can't put a special heatsink on it. I've got a couple hairs here that I need to get rid of. So I just need to kind of like... I wasn't getting hairs before. I think it's the filament just being a little bit more stringy. Woof, look at that. Ugh. Ooh, that's a bad bottom layer. The other one didn't look like that. I wonder if the other one that printed looked like that. It might be a factor of what position on the printer it was. That's not a good bottom layer, but I'm gonna do this for the look, so. I'm always ready to print something in black, glow-in-the-dark blue, black, silver, and white. Hey, glow-in-the-dark, and yeah, that'd be neat. All right, let's see. Put this thing in first. This thing in first. Get all these standoffs. This sucks because this is not the design. Where my tweezers at? What did you do with my fucking tweezers? Chat, if I find out that you have my tweezers, I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get real mad. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found him. We're cool. Yeah, glow-in-the-dark filament. How does that stuff print? Is it that stuff that I've heard little complaints about, or? Not bad. I just think maybe I should do the names board in glow-in-the-dark and use galvos with the blue laser. And then I can have it make the name big and it'll fade out. That was the backup idea for burning. Burning is much more visceral, though. Burning is visceral. You know? I don't think glow-in-the-dark would be as cool, but it's definitely something that I would love to play with at some point. Because I do have 2 Galvo motors, and all we need to do is look up how to hook them up to an Arduino. And then we can have them run a laser on X and Y. It's starting to look like a futuristic Happy Meal toy, yes. In the year 3740, Happy Meals are now utilities with new McDonald's thermal imaging cores. You can see evil robots from a mile away. What? They can sense our thermal energy core. We're doomed. Okay, anyway. Bloop. Oh man, these are so much easier once you align stuff properly. Good God. Oh, from Nightmare Before Christmas, Oogie Boogie in Glow in the Dark? The yeah, the socket is crooked. We're not supposed to look. We're not supposed to notice that because it'll drive me fucking batshit insane. It's not like I can put this thing through an oven again either. That's not really an option, chat. Jerks. There's like, it barely gets harder to turn the screw when this thing goes to bite in. When it's finally tight. And if I overdo it, it immediately becomes as loose as when I'm normally screwing it in. So I've got to be real cognizant of that moment. Yeah, ultraviolet lasers do really well with glow-in-the-dark stuff. I've got a couple little baggies of glow-in-the-dark powder that I was going to toss into something water-cooled. I was hoping that there would be like a slurry of the glow-in-the-dark stuff, but I think that might damage things and get caught in stuff. I'm not really sure. I'm not certain about that. It would be pretty cool to do like a glow-in-the-dark. You know what would be even cooler? If I did like a slurry suspension that was slow moving as the backdrop for a Galvo blue laser, and that suspension would be glow in the dark. So it would write something, and then it would slowly get rearranged by the flows of liquid. That'd be a real tough one to do, though. I don't know what kind of material I'd suspend glow in the dark particulates into. Be like a fish tank. I'd want it to be as slow moving as possible, though. You know, barely any movement. So it could write something and then it would like dissipate into clouds. All right, same shit, different day. Ooh, that was actually kind of a tight fit. Maybe that's the wrong direction. Definitely not. No, I think this one goes... Oh, no! Oh, I didn't do the bottom one. I could have sworn I did. I guess I did it up there. Oh, man. Look, I got the one on the top, but I didn't do the one down here. Oh, piss. Oh, piss. That means that this can get pushed in. That's all right, though. We got another rev of this thing coming. Oh, that looks terrible. Yeah, I suppose, like, that would lend itself to, like, mineral oils and stuff. And then you need, like, an auger to move it around. Like a big, slow-moving auger. It would be something to put on, like, a stepper motor. I guess you could play around with what would move it, too. One day I'll have the funding to do all kinds of crazy shit like that. I'm going to look at the other one and see what the front of the other one looks like, because this one looks pretty rough. I may need to... the sensor might have been bumped. That's probably why it's got weird distance issues. It didn't have them before. It could be a factor of where I'm printing too. Yeah, this is a distance issue. I just need to I need to set the nozzle height a little differently. I wonder if something bumped it. I mean, it printed out okay, but shimmer stuff. What's that? No, it's purely a distance issue. I don't know why. Maybe this filament doesn't like the... I don't know. I'm guessing that the BL Touch moved, and that's why it's getting a weird distance on this. That would be maybe the BL Touch moved a little closer to the nozzle height, and so it's moving away further. Would be my best explanation. This is like 0.05, 0.02, 0.01 of a millimeter off. Not a big deal. We'll just see what this thing looks like, though. I just want to see what it looks like. And Thursday, we got a lot of work to do. Try to prep myself for all that. That computer case is weird. And it should feel bad. That computer case is weird. It's going to be a bit of a weird project. That press fit's nice. Press fit works. How come that one's fitting tighter? This is a little harder to place in. There we go. That was the problem. Look at how clean the top layer is, right? It's like textbook. And it's like, oh God, what the hell? Wet ground mica makes pearlescent effects in shampoo. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, it'd be cool to play around with something like that, like a big art project that had a big art project energy. What's the gap here? What's going on? What's the gap? Why is there a gap? Oh, maybe this isn't. No, that should be okay. Does this get pressed in more? Nope, that's even. Oh, I see what it is. This thing didn't slot in all the way. Did that dimension change? Why is it fighting me so much? Reverse that. Try it again. Try it this way. There we go. That went all the way down in. That's what the problem was. I very carefully measured these after all. Well, in spite of the hairs coming off of it, it's still pretty loud in purple, isn't it? So I don't mind that look. It's a little less, I don't know, orange was probably better, huh? I think I appreciated orange more. So I'll probably swap filaments back, change the offset settings just slightly so this squishes down a bit more, and then do a reprint of everything. But this time with a better dimension. See, I just wanted to see what the look was. The purple isn't as deep as I was hoping it would be. It's nice and loud. It's a nice loud color. I could print it in black if I really felt like it, but I wanted to play around with it a little. The only problem is the LED is not visible anywhere. Shimmer PLA. The sparkle. They even make water cooling dyes with that stuff in it? Oh, wait a minute. So yeah, if I could do that dye and the glow-in-the-dark powder with the pearlescent stuff, that could be a cool look. I don't know. I wonder what that would be like. Well, I don't think I want to foul up the water. If this were translucent, you would be able to see that white LED. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I hate using, no, PETG, I hate using things like rafts because PETG is so incredibly annoyingly sticky. Like even these supports for the screw holes end up being disgusting. Disgusting. Keep in mind these had a screw in them already, so they've been pressed flat, but they end up to be like the dirtiest holes. It's really, really bad. It's also bad that I'm using all these words. But yeah, it ends up being terrible. Stuff where you're supposed to break PETG away from itself, bad. Would be nice to have a dual extruder so that I could use a different type of plastic to hold up a raft of like PETG so they'd break away more easily. But yeah, all right. So we're still fraught with issue on this thing. Technically I have room for a fan, but I need to spool off the new prints. I can't decide, chat. I don't know if I want to stay orange or if I want to go purple. Check. See how clumsy I am. Do I want to stay orange or do I want to go purple? And then I need to extrude the piece that holds on the bottom of that. I can't believe I forgot that. It's so dumb. What if I accidentally deleted the step? Let me guys think, purple or orange? Go with both. I don't, this is like the comment reigns true. This is like a happy meal. It's the color is not the best. If I left those open, it certainly would get enough cooling. Orange is nice. No. Yeah, our super duper duper last resort is I somehow cut a metal plate as the backing, redesign this so that it's all suspended. I don't know if I can do that. don't think I can do that. Paul X Leet, thank you for following. Spend a bit more time at the XY separation value. Oh, I spent a bit more time, and the XY separation value is really important for PETG supports coming off of being part of the part. Yeah, I'm interested to know what you found, what numbers you found, because this does look pretty cool, but I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, purple with the black vents does look cool. So does orange, though. Orange with the black vents looks pretty snappy. I think if I can get the purple to not print like it's like a crayon drawing. It's not quite dark enough, though. If I do this, I might as well either do black or gray, because gray looked a little bit more professional. Gray looked more professional instead of it being so loudly colored. Ava 1, purple Ava. Oh no. Purple, green, and what was the other primary color that they used? I don't have white filament, so I can't do zeros. Ow, there was a little piece of plastic I just slammed my freaking finger down on. Ow. All right, so we actually did make it to 5:30 just by virtue of the fact that we were printing something and I was being dumb. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff to work on, but I have an emergency project because I want to get my computer in running in such a way as to not ruin my friends' weekend. Zymush, thank you for following. Thermal lols cam, just in time for the holiday, yeah, right? Lol cam. I still got work to do on that thing. I mean, I can make it boring and gray if I really feel like. I could make it black and have it, you know, not as visible on the end of this thing. Or, you know, I can stick with the bright, super crazy colors, either purple or orange. Maybe it'll show a little bit better on stuff. I don't know. I'll decide. But if you guys want to weigh in, join the Discord, because that's where I am mostly going to be working on this thing. Hopefully I can have updates for you by next time. I guess I'll spend my Wednesday working on this, because if I fuck up my main computer, I'm gonna be SOL. That could get very expensive very fast. If I screw up my computer power supply, I do have extras. I have that 600 watt that I could throw on it. Oh, Jaboody's doing a 12-hour. Yeah, we'll raid them. That's a good idea. It's Pops' birthday. I should tell Pops that my mother says hi. All right, yeah, let's raid JaboodyShow. I'm gonna be back on Thursday early, possibly going late. That's no pressure on mods, by the way. You guys are fine. You don't need to alter your schedule at all. It's just when I'm gonna be on Twitch. Yeah, we're gonna dust out the computer, clean it out, unplug a lot of stuff, and then we're gonna try to get this advanced power supply running on it. And I don't know if I want to test it with the load cell or not. Not the load cell, with the my brain. I may want to test it with the dummy load to see how it heats up. So I kind of want thermals for that. I should finish the thermal housing thing. I have so much to work. I have homework. All right, great stream today. Thank you. Yeah, so I got homework. I'll talk to you guys later. Get out of my house. Let's raid JaboodyShow. Let's oh geez, why is there so much lag on the typing? Boop. I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'm gonna let people gather. Oh, we can break 100. We can break 100. Come on. No, I think we're at the maximum. People are gonna start leaving now. All right, guys, I'll see you Thursday.